Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signaturetv, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
It's a brand new day in Nigeria. Good morning and welcome to Signature Television. My name is Christopher Lely and I'm very, very excited to start this week with you as we go straight to the stories making the round on the national dailies. The first paper I have with me this morning is the Daily Independent newspaper. On the Daily Independent newspaper, the major story here says Federal government leverages $4.5 billion facility to anchor fiscal reforms. Still on the Daily Independent newspaper. First, Holdco clears major ownership overhang after 1.15 trillion naira stake sale. Right, and Gerego Power's revenue squeeze escalates to bond obligation default. 2027, Serap asks Tinubu, Obi, Atiku, others to publish their assets. That is very important. Another story here says 5,091 killed in 3 months, damning indictments of Tinubu's government. Atiku speaking there. Military airstrikes wound ISWAP commander, kill 4 terrorists in Lake Chad. 2027 election, a cold party denies endorsing Tinubu. Adeleke Toyetola, Osun residents will reject any attempt to rig poll. You can find that on page 6 of the Daily Independent newspaper. APC completes upload of all candidates ahead of deadline. That you can find on page 3 of the Daily Independent newspaper. All right, now let's take a look at the Guardian newspaper. On the Guardian newspaper, the major story here says insecurity, low ROI, drag 18 states from digital access, connectivity. Another story here says rights groups allege 6,000 Igbo families in agony over missing loved ones. Aviation unions issue airlines final 3-day strike notice. NCC to sanction telecom operators for poor quality of service experience. And Zulum hosts Sahel countries, 6 unified strategy against terrorism in Chad Basin. And Adedeji, Nigeria will be paying 53 trillion naira in subsidy without reforms. 2027, INEC extends deadline for submission of governorship candidates list. That you can find on page 3 of this very paper. 2027 articles camp divided amid calls for reform ahead of campaign season. All right, I guess that's just about it on the Guardian newspaper. Away from the Guardian newspaper, let's take a look at Daily Trust newspaper. On Daily Trust newspaper, the major story here says 187,200 naira to 3.25 million naira military's new pay scale. All right. ADC, lawyers fault ICPC report on Phantom Council. Bruno abduction, 87 days without our children, torturers, parents speaking there. And rift in Adamawa, ADC over replacement of governorship candidates. 4 family members killed in Kano building collapse. Another story here says a woman arrested for allegedly strangling 3-year-old daughter. I take that again. A woman arrested for allegedly strangling 3-year-old stepdaughter. Pressure on national grid as vandals destroy 20 towers. 15 die in Niger road crash. And that's just about it on the Daily Trust newspaper. Away from the Daily Trust newspaper, let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper. On the Vanguard, Nigeria's economy recovering after painful reforms. NRS speaking there. Okay. NDC crisis, Edo aggrieved members reject Utomi and Galadima panel. Companies behind Nigeria's stock market 58.9 trillion naira boom. Only 6 banks pay 1.27 trillion naira dividends despite huge profits. Rider here says it's a conservative capital management strategy. CIS boss speaking there. CBN stopped the dividends at Donry is the one making that statement. It was regulatory pushback. Olayinka speaking there. Why CBN stopped some banks? Coffee. Outlook for banking industry remains constructive. Ehime speaking there. And another story here says JAMB clears 5,000 complaints in 5 days. APC completes upload of all candidates ahead of deadline. And then the rider here says, as INEC shifts deadline for Cuba assembly candidates list submission, NLC demands power sector check-up. That you can find on page 8. Oshun Ayilola leads PDP faction to endorse Oyebamiji. And Nigeria spent 3.13 trillion naira on domestic debt servicing in first quarter. That's just about it on the Vanguard newspaper. Now, let's take a look at the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. On the Nigerian Tribune newspaper, Nigeria out of woods, economy shows strong growth, recovery. NRS boss speaking there. Rider says 10 blue chip companies post 14.4 trillion naira revenue, 27.1 trillion naira task collected in 7 months. And then this other story here says PFIPC reps panel finally meets Adeyemi in police custody. Campaign funds INEC to deploy technology-driven innovation to monitor parties. Oyo APC Guba race. Olaniyan Ashanike Alao Bakare reconcile with Ali. Alright, another story here says Kogi police army comb forest destroy kidnappers hideouts along Okene Auchi Road. Nigeria's recurring floods up to $9.12 billion lost. 880 billion naira needed for repairs. FDC reports. Health worsening financial condition accelerates memory loss in older adults. That's a study carried out. And Oshun Oyinlola, other PDP leaders, endorses APC Oyebamiji. I will not disappoint you, says APC Cuba candidate. Right, and now we have the Daily Sun newspaper. On the Daily Sun newspaper 2027, EU rejects observer role. Rider says rights INEC cites insecurity, hostile treatment of 2023 team. Foreign Affairs keeps mum. NRS, Nigeria's economy out of the woods. Rider says 27.13 trillion naira task collected in 7 months. Oshun Gilba, Oyinlola, PDP leaders endorse APC's Oyebamiji. Bode George to Onyeka, you're Desmond Tufu of Nigeria. Says cleric should ignore Wiki. Couple, 4-month-old baby, 2 others abducted in Imo. Nigeria's debt heaves 159.3 trillion naira as government borrows 14.6 trillion naira in 1 year. That's it on the Daily Sun newspaper. But before we jump off, let's go back to the first paper that we started with on the 2027. Serap asks Tinubu, Obi, Atiku, others to publish their assets. I believe this is very, very, very important. We've heard of stories where people will take over public seats at the next minute, still on the Daily Independent newspaper, where Serap is asking Tinubu, Obi, Atiku, others to publish their assets. We've had a couple of times where people will, be in public positions, and the next minute you're asking yourself, what did this person come with? What was his assets? How much did he have in his account before he takes over business? And then the next minute they are accomplishing one thing or the other. They're having billions in their accounts. They're having one property on one island or one country or the other. And this is very important. In as much as Serap is concerned about the assets of these presidential candidates, it's also important that the scrutiny of the certificates should also be looked into. We've heard of stories of forgeries and stories of corruption where we talk about certificates, and that also should be looked into. If of course it's one of the requirements, for candidates to have their certificates, their assets, put out there so people can really tell what they're about before they get to power. And of course, when they come out, when they are done with power, they're also supposed to show all these things as well. Certificates also should be part of the display. It shouldn't just be their assets. The certificate where we have the schools of these supposed places where they obtained the certificate confirming that this is real, where they also have the different how will I call it now, the lenses through which they cross-check or verify these certificates to be sure that they are real. Because it is embarrassing, I must say, that a country as Nigeria still experience cases of forged certificates, especially from high-profile politicians going into the business of politics. It is embarrassing, not just to Nigerians, but to the country itself, looking at how advanced the world is right now in technologies, in verifying certificates and the rest, and we still have cases like this. I would suggest that SERAP should not just call out for assets to be displayed for public view and verification, but also certificates should also be displayed for people to see and verify, especially from the schools, and follow through to be sure that these certificates are real, they are not forged. That also can be looked into as well, and I feel that also is important. Now, another story that caught my attention that I would like us to look into is that of the Daily Trust newspaper. ADC lawyers fault ICPC report on Phantom Council. On Daily Trust, ADC lawyers fault ICPC report on Phantom Council. I find this really, really disturbing, because from the report from the ADC, from ICPC report, everything falls back on Adeniyi. They are not telling us who are the other people working with him. How did you get here? The office space that you get, even the money that was assigned to you in your budget, how did you go about it? Are there no accomplices? Are there nobody attached to this side Phantom, this agency that has been running right under the nose of the government? Are there nobody that can be assigned to it? Why do we just have this supposed DG as the only accomplice, as the only mastermind behind all of this? Now, the ICPC also, according to their report, that it revealed that they had 2 more fake agencies that were discovered from this very, investigation. Okay, understood, right? These things are happening. But are you telling me that this is just the sole person running all of this? There are no accomplices. There are no top persons partnering with him, supporting the cause and working with him. Other names are also mentioned. He mentioned Gbajabiamila and other major stakeholders. All those stakeholders, we didn't hear from you that they were questioned and this is what you gathered from them, or this is what it is. Everything falls back and boils back to this same Adeyemi. And people are concerned. People are asking questions. Why is he the only person in question? Why are we not having other people, also brought to limelight to clarify that this is not a political witch hunt on this very person? So that very story got to me, and I feel it would have been proper if a story as situation like this, as sensitive as it is, we have other stakeholders also being part of it, if possible, from other political parties and from other stakeholders, agencies being part of the investigation. So it can be transparent in the eyes of the people, and people won't have to feel that there is something playing up and what have you. And also, another story that got to me here is NLC demanding power sector shake-up, which is very important. We know the situation of Nigeria and electricity. Businesses are collapsing, businesses are suffering, and of course, even potential industries or businesses that would have, have their headquarters or what have you situated in Nigeria, we don't have such, because they can't come in because they're afraid of the money that they'll throw into it because of power supply. And we don't need the likes of the NLC, to come to talk about power shake-up. These are things we expect the government to consider, to look into, and to make one of its topmost agenda or projects. In as much as the coastal road is going on, they're working towards it. How about power supply. If we have constant power supply, insecurity will not be a major challenge in areas that all these bad boys will have taken advantage, to hurt people and do what they're not supposed to do. With enough power supply, we won't have to experience that, which is why it's important that we have enough electricity. Where there is light, darkness hides, and that's why it's important that electricity should also be made available for Nigerians to, enjoy themselves and do business and live a peaceful and safe life. All right. These are the stories that really got to me on the national dailies this morning. And another major one is from the NRS boss saying that Nigeria is out of the woods. Economy shows strong growth recovery. This is from the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. The data that we keep hearing from one, from one, I don't know how to call it, one organization or the other, about the economy, about Nigeria, it's troubling, because these data you keep bringing up, these statements that you keep bringing up, they don't reflect the reality on ground. And it's questionable, because how can one believe that the economy is getting better, is getting out of the woods, and yet you go to the market, things are still very expensive, businesses are struggling, and employers are struggling to pay staff because of challenges of people investing in the different businesses they've started. So it is concerning how all of these things are happening, and yet you still have the likes of NRS boss telling Nigerians that the economy is getting out of the wood. Is it what we should be concerned about? This is really troubling. Now, before we jump off from this very part of the newspaper conversation, I'd like to remind you that we'll be having a conversation on the 2027 political build-ups in the eyes of Nigerians. It is important that as we talk about politics, 2027 gearing up, everybody is talking about politics. Politics is dominating major conversations. What are Nigerians saying? What are the thoughts in the eyes of Nigerians? That's what we shall be doing with our guest, Dr. Emmanuel Onyeka, which we had earlier on. You stay with us to have this very nice conversation. Let's learn one or two about politics and what Nigerians are saying. Enjoy this very interview.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
This is how we bring you to the guest segment of this program, Signature Morning. I hope you have enjoyed the rest of all we've been doing. I'm talking about the guest. Guess who is our guest this morning to talk about 2027 political build-ups in Nigeria, how the ordinary citizens, analysts, and the good citizens of Nigeria are seeing it. And my guest this morning, and our guest this morning, is Dr. Emmanuel Onyeka. Emmanuel Onyeka is a filmmaker, is an academician, is also a public analyst, an ordinary Nigerian who is interested in the affairs of Nigeria. Good morning, Dr. Onyeka. Welcome to Signature Morning this day. And how are you doing?
Very, very well. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning,
can you hear me?
How are you?
Yeah, we can hear you.
How is Port Harcourt doing today?
Very well. We thank God for everybody.
That's wonderful. Let's start from home. It's always good to start from home and then going out. The charity begins at home. How will you, in your own words, describe the political development in Port Harcourt and River State as part of the build-up in Nigeria political system?
Well, here in Port Harcourt, there has been a whole lot of political gimmicks. The one in Rivers State here is defies all political philosophies. I don't think there's any political theory that supports what has been going on in Rivers State. But it's all geared towards the 2027 elections. So it's been very dramatic. It's been somewhat kind of event full of books in Port Harcourt, Rivers State.
How will you describe the peace? Is it sustainable, or is it just a peace in the graveyard?
For us as ordinary Nigerians or citizens here in Rivers State, we do not understand what they mean by peace. The only thing we can interpret as peace is any attempt, any approach towards bettering the lots of the common man, the citizens of Rivers State on the streets. It's what to understand as peace because we have had this peace episode in several scenarios. It's different times we have peace. We don't understand what they mean by peace. So we are looking at a situation where the lives of the people of Rivers people improved. And we think that we need more of that than what they are calling peace.
27 elections already, being the lead on almost every conversations we have. What issues or challenge do you think the politicians and aspirants should address beyond political campaign after when they resume office?
If you talk about how the people will take them when they resume office, it should start from the ongoing rhetorics. For instance, we're seeing a situation where we're still hearing the old stories, we're still hearing the old methods of doing things. We see hearing budgets rolled over and over. And when midway we have surplus in our monocrop budgeting system, we see here people going to borrow and then justify why the borrowings are going on. We always had very strange accounting, or let me put it this way, very strange public accounting system in Nigeria. A situation where you have a budget of $60 per barrel, and then you have a windfall of $70 above, and then you still have to indicate that you are broke and then still go borrowing. So we've not been able to see any force that will counter what the common Nigerian person has been passing through. So we see the rhetorics as of the old coming into fore, and we don't expect change. I do not think that any average Nigerian that has lived in Nigeria for the past 3 months will predict positive change. What we are still going to have is a gamut of political grandstanding, not possibly that they do not have the intention. Some of them actually have the intention to better the lots of the Nigerian people. But what we lack is the innovations. For instance, what are the innovations, the legislative inputs from the parliamentarians, from the National Assembly? If we talk about INEC, for instance, does INEC body language show that they're going to deliver a free and fair election? in 2027. So if you look at all that, you will find that Nigeria is still at a very low EPS, and we might not be very happy. Not all Nigerians will be happy with the results of that will come out from the polls in 2027. Why do I say so? INEC has not come up to tell us their integrity approach, transparent approach that they are going to adopt in the year 2027. I keep saying it that INEC has been able to resolve the accreditation issues. They're looking at talking about the PFAS device that is basically for accreditation, but you've not been able to do that of count. The technology for count is a problem, and why they can't do it is still an enigma. We still don't understand why whooping sums of billions, voted to INEC to conduct elections, and then they still come up with what they call sensitive materials. Have you ever heard that? These men will come and they say sensitive materials. And I wonder what is sensitive about paper. So we are looking at IT, Internet of Things, enabled electoral system in Nigeria. So they lay claim to our self-imposed malady of lack of power, lack of energy spread. But then there is hardly any part of Nigeria where you cannot get POS. There is no city, there's no village in Nigeria where you cannot talk about POS. I know one very remote village in Kogi State, very remote, and basically use POS. You see people going about 5 kilometers to go to meet, get the nearest POS service. That we can replicate in our elections. Those who cannot have immediate centers where they can vote electronically, then you go to the nearest catchment center in terms of network. So our problem Nigeria are self-orchestrated, and we are not seeing any green lights so far.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, GCFR, Jagaban himself, and his administration has continued to face intense debate over its ongoing economic reforms and other reforms at state level, political disputes everywhere, even intra-political parties. And the health of multi-party system is threatened. With this, do you still see January 2027 presidential election coming out successfully? Do you think there's level playing ground? Do you think that the central ruling party is playing to the rules and allowing all parties to freely participate and compete in the elections?
Yes, I think the President of Federal Republic, President Ahmed Tinubu, is a very intelligent politician. And then if you take it from that angle, you will see that most political parties have allowed themselves down. The political parties that should have served as opposition when you are supposed to exercise discipline, internal discipline within the ranks and files of their parties, refuse to do so, and they are already right now on the doldrums. So I do not think the president has come out outrightly to say to clamp down on political parties. He might be using certain political approaches to weaken what he will see as a fierce contest. But then, if it does that as an individual or a clique of politicians, we still have the other institutions to straighten him up. One of such institutions is the judiciary. And so, very recently, we heard about a particular court um, deregistering a political party. And we begin to wonder what is the reason? What could be the modus vivendi for deregistering political parties? And INEC was so much involved in it. Just going and the court was saying this until I'm sure they have been stabilized at their peak. And this thing shouldn't be. INEC should be seen as an unbiased electoral umpire. The judiciary should also serve same, so we should pay them salaries not for a reason. The judiciary should be there to imbue confidence in the people of Nigeria, where if somebody that is stronger slaps another, you can run to court to seek for redress and not to be afraid that because of your size, you might not come back home rejoicing. So we are putting it to them that look, it's time for all the arms of government to wake up. Are you talking about the legislature, the National Assembly? They need to up their game. For instance, we shouldn't have any reason not to incorporate electoral processes of INEC into our constitution, right? Instead of making electoral guideline a discretional item, judiciary will extract technicality from electoral guidelines of INEC and therefore dissipate justice in a way that appears abhorrent. So if there could be a legislative ingenuity to incorporate our electoral guidelines to give it more legislative, judicial, legal, constitutional impetus, it will go a long way in ensuring that we have a confidence-laden pools, especially in 2027.
How much influence do you see the cost of living having on the 2027 choices of voters, and particularly from the rural communities and low-income households?
Well, the truth of the matter is that Nigeria and its leadership has not lived up to expectation. But I give it to federal government. You see, they have certain macroeconomic policies, even though they are not fine, they don't look transparent, but they are coming out to say something that connects to the people. My greatest worry is the states, the subnationals, talk about the state, talk about the local governments. What are they actually doing for the people? What do we do to close the social economic nets? So the policies of government is not down in well with the people. And so we expect that, oh yeah, the local government should have their social policy agenda, and so the states. You see, states, local government, the government of Nigeria generally, talking about coming boldly to tell Nigerian youth that there are no jobs, that they have to go entrepreneurial. Can you imagine that? It shows a group of people that are not ready to lead. We should be happy that to have a vibrant, young, educated population. This is for tax. It's to grow the economy. What are we doing with the cerebral content? You have to ensure that you attract both local and international investors. And our natural resources, how are we enhancing them? You ask questions around cost of living, the standard of living. It is the cost of living that determines the standard of living. And we are saying that one major ingredient of standard of living is employment, the economy, the national aggregate of our income and its flow. So we are demanding from government that, look, you have to be up to the task. I keep still saying that the federal government of Nigeria performs better than most of the subnationals. You see, since after the removal of the petroleum subsidy, the monthly allocations have increased. So, and it is astronomical. It's not like a usual 100 million naira addition. No, it's in surplus of millions and all that. And what are these men doing with this money? Men and women. I think there are also women amongst them. What do you do with the people's money? So most of them is philosophical idea, intellectual. No, well, let me not sound ridiculous, but I see barrenness, around what they do. But there's nothing wrong in their incorporating technocrats to do the thinking for them while they do the politicking. Give the money, make approval for the use of the people's money. Don't let the people suffer while they have surplus.
Nigeria faces deep political problems, just like few you've mentioned. It faces economic problems. Nigeria, widespread corruption has been alleged, severe insecurity, which the government, even in power, is seeing differently. People think we have very weak democratic structures. Nigeria has been polarized in an ethnic, religious spread. Now, fixing all this requires very serious, systematic reforms and policies. Do you think that Nigeria is on that trend of reformation? And if not, what is in there for us as a country with these myriads of problems facing us, even as we prepare for 2027 presidential elections?
Nigeria is not facing any form of reformation. From where is the reformation coming from? When you roll out a policy, that doesn't mean that it's reformation. The reformation has to come in aggregate. It has to come all encompassing. It has to come in mileage of phases. So a situation where, and then there has to be proper, adequate information. There has to be freezing, refreezing, and then freezing. We'll call it change management. That is an aspect of reformation. So we don't see this in Nigeria. We see everything done almost in a hurry. If you are now saying that we are going to look at reformation in which axis, which part of reformation are we doing? Is it political reformation? Is it industrial? Are we doing reformation around our real sector? Talking about manufacturing and agriculture. So you see people talking about tech, you talk about all of that. How is it trickling down to the common man? How is it trickling down to the people? Our tertiary institutions are supposed to be manufacturing outfits, yeah? Like it is obtainable in other places. They should be research centers. We don't see some of those things around here in Nigeria. You don't see we don't see companies that are competing amongst themselves in terms of manufacturing. Do we have any business importing what do you call it, NEPA, PhD metering device, automated device? What the hell? When we have all the takes in Nigeria to do that, why are we not sponsoring researches? We're looking at reformation that can stand. I'm giving you an example. Manufacturing companies, we're looking at, we're only surviving on the service industry, the service sector, the banking, the people doing club, restaurant, hotels, sales at the periphery. But what of manufacturing? What is happening to our agriculture? There was one policy that President Tinubu released at the earlier period of his administration. He mentioned something about 10 hectares, is it 10 hectares or 100 hectares of land to be given for certain agricultural projects in each of the 774 local governments in Nigeria. I didn't see that come to limelight. And that was, oh, wow, thumbs up. But I keep saying, if you don't have collaboration with the subnationals, you might not go so far. These men are really thinking so well or about that at the national level. But what are the subnationals doing? What are they doing? Are they catching into these macro symbols? So there is a problem in Nigeria when it comes to reformation. Who are those? The quality of human beings that our local government champion, the quality of human beings that our state governors, a state governor that never works, a local government that has never worked, you've not done business of your own, you've not learned how to take instructions or give instructions, suddenly faith is bestowed upon you and you are made the king of the state. You say, who, oh, bring the money, let's have it.
I'd like to get your thoughts, after all these years of insecurity, years of poor power supply, and the likes, what would you say Nigerians really want come 2027? Is it a change of security? Is it a change of economic hardship? Or do they just want the current administration to leave the seats and a fresh breath of fresh air resurfaces?
Breath of fresh air resurfaces? Who are these fresh air that resurface? I am saying that all that we need is transparency. All that we need is patriotism. Because these other guys that have come in, what have they said differently? Now, how are they going to create employment? We've not heard them say anything about employment. Strategically, something that we can hold on to them. But what are they going to do about that? But even if we now say, okay, the next set of people coming is the president. The present president of Nigeria has a lot of ideas. The man has been aching out a whole lot of ways to better the lot of the people. If we now have a next president that is sound in the head, what about the subnationals? Because he can't do it alone. And we have legal impediment. We have the exclusive, we have the residual, we have the concurrent list in the Nigerian constitution. We cannot begin to jump from that up, down, middle, and all. So what I'm trying to push here is that, look, Nigeria can go a long way. We can make progress if all the components of the Nigerian nation are involved in the developmental agenda. So what we need improved security. We need We need employment. When people need money, we need the inflation rate to come down. When you have more imports than you export, it impacts on the local economy. So how do we begin to grow our local economy? How do we begin to do more of exports than imports? Because we have a very weak currency. We have a political or world power currency that dominates all the trades. So what are you going to do to equate it? How have we harnessed, the ECOWAS market, the African market, how those areas that their currencies are manageable, close to ours? What have we done? How do we take advantage of this market? How do we take advantage of our talent and say, okay, we are going to start with agricultural products. Let us satisfy the local market and then go to the next market. Are we thinking in that direction? People are just saying there are no jobs. You graduate from school, don't hope. Who tells who that? Come on, these guys should resign. If you are telling citizens like that, you pay their teachers, you pay the people that are training them. Are you training them to graduate and die? So it shows lack of thinkability. That's why they say such things. So you have to sit down on the table. Africa is a virgin zone. Africa is an emerging continent. Africa is that continent that has not been tapped. It is so much into need of who we, harness our resources. And Nigeria is at the center of Africa, what we're talking about here. So we know it. West Africa is about 433 million people, and Nigeria is half of that population, over 200 million. And we know that the poorest people around the world, it resides around West Africa. And if we say that, you can see how connecting, how important the country Nigeria is to Africa, to West Africa, to Africa, and to the entire world. So you see, we can't joke with a country such as Nigeria. This type of very important population, we can't joke with it. So having said so much, I want to think that all that we need is shouldn't just be wishes, wishes, that we keep wishing, and then we're thinking that the beggars will now begin to ride on horses. No, we have to put all our hands on deck, and the people to do that will have to come to proper legislative innovations. For instance, when somebody comes on board to say, hey, I'm going to be the local government chairman, what are the political or legislative innovations in our constitutions to ensure that those who are going to become local government chairman, even councillors, are people that have pedigree, people that have proven over time, those whose antecedents have shown that they can deliver on the mandate of the people.
Nigerians are worried. The internet is agog with reactions of people after the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria went to Aso Rock, had a meeting with the president, and they presented their stand concerning Nigeria issue. With this kind of pushback from Aso Rock and all the supporters of the ruling government, do you think in Nigeria people are encouraged to say the truth, or tell the truth to authority? That's one. And then what should be your greatest concern, either political, economic, or wise? What is the crisis that you think that is uppermost in your mind facing this country that need to be solved if we want to move forward as a country? Those are two plunge questions.
All right. The Catholic bishops remain a point of positive reference in the Nigerian circle. I had thought that visit of the Bishop Council of Nigeria to the presidency would have been taken advantage of, by telling the people what they are doing regarding those noted areas. They should have known that the bishops, the pastors are closer to the people. These are the people that take prayer requests from members.
Stay with us,
Yeah.
please. Well, let's go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
We are local.
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
What really defines a life of true service? Is it the battles fought in uniform, the sacrifices made in silence, or the courage to continue serving long after leaving the battlefield? At a time when Nigeria is grappling with insecurity, economic uncertainty, political realignments, and growing questions about national unity, what wisdom can 8 decades of experience offer a nation searching for direction? Our guest today is a man whose life has spanned military service, law, public administration, and politics, from wearing the uniform of the Nigerian Army to contributing to national discourse and party leadership. His journey reflects decades of commitment to country and community.
I'm talking about our guest, Brigadier General Joseph Okonkwo Okolago, retired. And they're talking about retired. Do generals retire? You're welcome, sir. He is a career military officer, a lawyer, administrator, and a politician. Actually, a member of the Board of Trustees of All People's Congress, APC. You are welcome to be our guest, sir.
Good morning.
Welcome, General.
And this salute you're giving us, you must first tell us, what's the secret of looking this beautiful, healthy, agile, suave, and rapper?
At 80.
At 80.
Well, it can only be God if I have to start that way. And before I say anything, I always ask the Holy Spirit to guide me and say, God, take control. In all honesty, I'd like to state that Right Honorable Martin Silo surprised me because I didn't even know what I was coming to do. He called me and said, hey, whether he told lies or what, I didn't know I was having a party, but I must come over to this. I've been hearing about Signature television, but I never knew that such an exquisite outfit exists just behind my house. I live here.
That's cool.
You're welcome.
That's why I say he's a person of many parts and unique. I would say that. To the glory of God and to the glory of my parents who are now with their Creator in heaven, I came into this world on the 26th of July, 1946. I may not be chronological in my presentation and thoughts because, again, the best way to know a general and a soldier is to spring a surprise. It's the reactions. So I'm also on test. Martins is putting me on test, but I'm going to do my best. I will give you my best, the best I can.
Yes.
Like I said, I came into this world on the 26th of July 1946, as documented and told by my parents. Because nobody knows when it's born.
You were not there.
And my early stages were full of crisis, if you will. I must admit I was a very stubborn somebody coming up as a young person. But I did my primary school in St. Charles Primary School in Kehe. ostensibly too early because I didn't even know who were my teachers up to the time I went. But because of possibly my character, my father, one of the early converts of the Christianity, pushed me to the Reverend Father and I spent. They guided me. That bit I can say until close to the glory of God. One significant thing as a young boy, I'll never forget, is carrying the Nigerian flag on 1st of October 1960, marching around. And in those days, the military bands played for you. You have every reason to love the military, and it still ought to be loved now, even though politics is trying to bastardize it. And I marched with my 2 feet of 1st of October 1960, excited about independence, whatever was independence we didn't know then. Then I got into that bit about my primary school. But I went into secondary school in 1963. Iwit Grammar School defunct. The school is no longer in existence now. I think they call it Adada School, but it used to be Iwit Grammar School. Then there was governance and government. It was a grammar school established by the then Iwit local government. And the Iwit local government encompassed the present Iwit Uzuwani and some part of the Suka local government. It was just a large place. And they had a...
Okay, General, just one moment. We will go on very short break, and we will come back. I like this story and we would like to hear about it. Just 1 second.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, welcome back to Signature TV Morning Show. We are here with the General. The General, you were just telling us a story before we went on that short break. From your story, it's obvious you saw Nigeria as a colonial shadow, as a nation at war with itself, as a young republic, as a military experiment, and now a democracy. Which Nigeria resonates most with you?
Thank you for using the word resonate. The Nigeria that resonates more with me is the pre-war Nigeria. Pre-war Nigeria. Because then, I don't know, whatever is called democracy now, we were independent and democracy was practiced. And everybody was involved. And people had pride in doing whatever thing they did. For me, and that's why after the war, because I must tell you the whole when if you want me to continue, the truth is that from secondary school, I went into secondary school in 1963, and while in the school, my school then, there were 3 schools in the east that had military cadet force. The first one was Government College Omahia, the second one was Government College Afibo, and the third one was my school, Igbeti Grammar School. By the grace and single effort of the then late Francis Mburamadi, who was then the principal of Igbeti Grammar School and a member of the House of Representatives. Politics was not a profession, I must tell you people. My principal was a member of the House of Representatives. But he was my principal. He attended whenever there was need. And that's the kind of thing that is even practiced in the US today. This present democracy or whatever is totally. My principal was a member of the House of Representatives, representing my constituency, but was still a principal of the secondary school until death cut him short in 1964. And then he actually appointed Reverend Father Ikeme Odobro as his vice, because Ikeme was a young priest who had just come back from I don't know where, but employed by the Eastern Region Ministry of Education, but a priest. So they posted him to Wait Grammar School. And so, by accident of fate, the young priest became our principal when Amadi died in 1964. And that's the story of my LA. That principal, Mullah Amadi, Reverend Father Charles came
Odobro
was held us tight until the war broke out. But one significant thing that changed my life was while in the cadet force. There was this practice where at the end of every year, the Eastern region, the Northern region, and Western region brought all cadets to one particular camp to exercise. It is now beginning to understand why, because we interacted. We never knew Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, anything. We never knew any of those things. Because this present, whatever lexicon, whatever you call it, are just the creation, post-war creation. But we didn't know. We progressed. So, in 1965, the Eastern contingent to which I belong, because I had already, it was the source of recruiting officers into the military in those days. All cadet schools, they go there to pick people who to go to the defense and can take exams. But the aim is to activate your interest in the career, the military career. So I started wearing boots as a soldier from 1964 till I retired, or they retired me in 2002. I'm coming. Yeah, because the point is, it's a long journey. We were in Lanlate, somewhere around Abeokuta, the president of Ogun State. I don't know what area now. Lanlate could be either or whatever, but it's an exercise. It's an exercise area between Nigeria and Dahomey, the present Republic of Benin. That's where we were on January 15th, 1966, and there was a coup. We were boys. We didn't know what was called coup, but for me, it just gave me an insight into what the future looked like, because we were bundled overnight to be guided to our respective homes from Lalate. We don't know the area, we're not involved. We don't know who took part in the but the only significant thing I still remember is that my commandant, Meji Boba, a very bullet-looking major, then all of us was killed.
Lieutenant's model.
Yes, was killed in the counter coup when there was a counter coup of July. So he was one of those people who were killed. But be that as it may, that's my contact with the military. I think influenced my life till today. The only significant thing which I like to tell everybody who cares to know is that the present principal, my principal who saw me through, is 95 years. He attended my 80th birthday. Odobro. He attended both the church mass and then I'm a very lucky person, because even the bishop, Bishop Anselm Umoren, came from Abuja. People just honored me in life. Nando, if you will. He attended it, and his reason for attending is that That same man gave me 24 lashes of cane on my buttocks in 1965 because I broke bounds. Broke bounds to go and play music. He didn't think that was anything for me, but that thing straightened me and probably sharpened my interest in the military. So
sorry, let's ask you, let's get to learn about the military. The military few decades ago, were they better equipped compared to today's military? And
absolutely.
also,
do you even need to ask that question? Come on, that's it. Yes. To even imagine.
Yes, because what I'm asking is current situation of insecurity in the country. Do you see it ending anytime soon?
I wish, because it's not a question of if I see it or not. I wish and pray it ends soon because I'm not enjoying it. And the God has blessed me with so many talented grandkids that I would like them to enjoy what. I mean, this is a country where you walk the street and pick gold, man. You don't lack anything. By the way, I'm a product of the Eastern Region Scholarship. This does no longer exist. All right? Because people are more interested in the military. You need to also appreciate how governance, when I'm a product of Eastern Region Scholarship. My secondary school. My father never paid a dime. Okay? But since you cut me short, so be it. But I mustn't, the military, that's why I was going to, but when the war broke out, when we were brought back safely to our respective districts, one Captain Boulier, you may have known him as Colonel Boulier, of the 5 majors, came to visit his uncle or cousin. This Odobro was my principal, and all the military cadets were they say falling. We dressed in uniform, and he addressed us. He was in impeccable. I don't know whether he was the captain then or second. They must have been a captain, yes. Dressed, cross belt and starched well khaki green and that kind of a thing. That started my interest for the military. I wanted to look like that man. So we want to know why I'm in the military. Boulier came to my school to visit Odobro. Wanted to see the military cadet, because he told him he has soldiers. In those days, you are the principal, you dressed in uniform with us. So he was the Odobro, a reverend father, but if there's an extra, wears khaki with us, we go. So if you look at it from that perspective, you don't need to ask whether the military of those days were not even full soldiers. We don't have a, I hope he's not blocking. It's okay. You don't have he was distracting me. But
you don't have AK-47, you have those things
it's not even the equipment. We had everything we needed. But whatever I was going to say, in 1966, when the coup happened, that uniqueness of the military, irrespective of the truth, made the commanders to guide we to our respective contingent bases.
So there was order.
There was order, and we were loved. My platoon commander, Brigadier General Nasarawa of the blessed memory. I still remember H.Q. Denwa, who was military governor of, who was the executive governor of Imo State under the democracy, was my colleague at Lanleta when this happened. We were all under Nasarawa. And Nasarawa is from Kebbi, because he's dead now, from Kebbi State. Well, he saw us as his children and made sure that none of his cadets, anything happened to them, were guided back to our respective contingents.
The country valued you.
It valued us.
There was positivity.
Exactly.
So let's bring it back to the situation we have in Nigeria today. I mean, the country is plagued by insecurity. Almost every section of the country is suffering one insecurity challenge or the other. you're now retired, but you were in the military for so many years. Looking back, where do you think we are getting it wrong in terms of fighting internal security challenges?
Let me come very blunt. Misgovernance, you can quote me. Misgovernance is responsible for insecurity in this country. If you see anybody walking the street, he may look wretched and all, but he wears his head on his neck. Any nonsense you are doing, that was saying it. Unless and until our attitude to governance change. You see, it's like an ideology. You don't kill it. You can fight though. The moment the society does not feel cheated in any form, then you can be sure that insecurity must went down. Okay? You asking me what is responsible? So many. If you look at what they say is budgets and what people spend, either for the Senate or House of Reps or in the House of Assembly and all those things, and you see so many young men who have schooled. Like, your question is so confusing because I said this is a country where you walk the street and you pick gold because everything was there for you. If these guys can't get the opportunity to even walk and they have age of marrying, they can't marry. They have age of owning. Look, they do anything they can't.
Because of the scarcity of opportunity, the youths are getting more desperate and they're more likely to towards crime.
And some people say,
yeah,
sir, that because the military has also, because of degeneration and lack of governance, that even the military so much respected had been infiltrated by saboteurs or bandits and terrorists. That's why we are going planting seeds with squirrel in our bags. What do you think?
You see, when you ask me to tell you my mind, I tell you my mind. Whether my statement is relevant to the question or not, the misconception of the civilians about what democracy is the bane of our problem. I can tell you that. Because you don't just start buying private jets and start building this because you are in the office for 4 years. How many, look, what are you people telling me? I'm not advocating for military rule. But I can tell you so many living military administrators who don't even have vehicles today. I can spill the bean, I don't care. How much was I paid as a brigadier general then? 36,000 naira. And I lived comfortably. Yes, 36,000 naira was my take home pay. So unless you also change your attitude, I was coming to it. In the military, you don't deny people opportunities. But I'm not an advocate of military rule. Continue. But any of you who pass through the military rule will know the difference between governance and your so-called democratic system. And I thought that when I came into politics, I could change things. They didn't even give you the opportunity. 3 times I ran for Senate. 3 times I won. And 3 times they blocked you. Because Nigerians hate being told the truth. I don't care if I die today. No regrets, man.
No, you wouldn't die, General.
No, I'm just telling you. That's why I'm telling you that I'm spilling the beans.
Well, you are blaming the civilians, and we agree with you largely that there has been misgovernance. However, talking about the military,
yes,
so many cases of the rank and file who are in the front line complaining about the treatment they get from their superiors. They don't get their supplies, their arms, their ammunitions. There's a lot of corruption being complained by military personnel. Also, the military, the defense is being governed by the army, echelon, and they have their budget. You still have military guys being paid 100,000 naira. The morale is low. The soldiers are poorly, remunerated. The welfare is poor. Who do we blame for this? The civilian too?
Good. Listen to me and listen very carefully. I didn't even know when I spilled the beer. I said, as a brigadier general, I was taking 36,000 naira. A soldier gets 100,000 naira. To us, it was big. This is one wicked country that never takes care of its military. I've been on courses, India, Pakistan, US, even France. There's no way you can compare the mega thing they give us with them. But that's why I think we're a very lucky country, because the average soldier is committed to his profession. Just give him little encouragement and he does the job for you. Okay, you asked a question here. I don't know. Listen, and I want you to get this right. There's no way you don't get bad eggs and good eggs. You understand me? I wouldn't say that because let me encapsulate it in this way. Every person is the product of the environment. The environment that produces you has tremendous influence in you. You can be whatever, but if the upbringing was bad ab initio, if you are coming from a criminally infested mind and that kind of a thing, it will continue. So, for soldiers complaining about welfare and that kind of a thing, individuals are bound to complain, but I mean, are bound to feel otherwise. Just as I said earlier on, that when people walk and see kids on the road, you think that they don't know what you are doing. No.
You think that the political influence on the recruitment of the military has hampered the development of our military and the ability to fight insecurity?
Yes, that's the best question I can ever get here. I don't know, but the idea of once you become a president, you choose who commands your Army, Navy, and Air Force, has dealt a dead blow to the military profession. Because you now have a colony of retired military experienced officers. I mean, hey, I'm not God, but I garnered my experience in the military. I told you how I started in 1964. Went to the Biafra. I was a military officer in Biafra. You understand me? Came back, still went back to Nigerian Army, and I was able to rise to Brigadier General. Okay? Each step you take, you find something there. That's experience.
Process.
It's a process. No. Yeah, but when you announce, when you become a leader and decide to pick Oji or Emma, because you know him or you feel safe, and make him, by our norm, let me even use it that way. Even now, I cannot take order from my junior. It doesn't happen anywhere.
Okay.
And the military is so, excuse me, don't call me, because this is where you people are getting it wrong. That's a very intelligent question. Work on it. If you are more interested in publishing news and that kind of thing, go ahead. But the solution is, and I'm telling the political class, allow these young men to garner experience and grow. I have never pretended, even in my CV, that I was an officer in the Biafran Army. I don't say the rank of it. I was a captain twice in my life, and I'm proud to say it. Captain in Biafra, captain again in Nigeria. For goodness sake, I didn't buy it. But it made me know a lot of things. You are not giving these boys the opportunity. Of course, the promotion is better now. At our own time, you can sit on the rank for 5 years, 6 years. You never get that. But the point is, even when you get it, don't just pick. Because one thing with the military, and I think it is the fear of being afraid, like we say in the military, that makes every president to go and pick either his countryman or whoever to feel safe. No. Yeah, it's affecting the military. It's affecting the military.
Okay, you've clearly mentioned the commitment and dedication
of the
from the military,
yes.
The leaders, right?
Exactly.
The leadership back then. Now let's look at the current situation Nigeria is facing now. The different money budgets that have been put into the budget from the National Assembly, and yet we still have corruption, we still have insecurity, and these things are not carried out. If you were to compare back then and now, would you still see the military the way it was? And would you say this is active with them?
You see, academically, no. But practically, you understand me? Yes, I see the military. Because when you make a budget, tell yourself the whole truth, man. You allocate 50 billion to the military. And in that budget, you are releasing only 1 billion. Only 1 billion. What do you expect that person to go? To go and carry cassava wood, cassava stick and go? No. You should stop deceiving yourself. So I must tell the truth. When you make the budget, release it. But don't just go to the... I'm sorry to say it. My greatest aspiration after the military was to be a senator. But I tell you, the present level of senators, I don't care, whoever they are, they've not represented this country well. They've not helped this country to grow. They've not helped democracy to develop. What are we talking? Because it is at the legislature. There are checks and balances. That's why you have the executive. That's why you have the legislature. And you have the judiciary. Are you talking about corruption in the military? What of the judiciary? Sometimes I'm ashamed to be. I was called to the Nigerian bar. I don't know which year we are now, but I was called to the Nigerian bar as a captain, 2nd July 1982. So if you look at it now, I'm almost 40 something or 50 years in the bar. And then you start looking at judges giving judgments which even a law student will find fault in. It's part of the corruption. And that's why I started by saying that everybody is a product of the environment that created him.
Everybody is a product of the environment that created. So we have the corruption in the governance system, the judiciary is corrupt, politicians corrupt, the economy corrupt, health sector corrupt, everything about Nigeria corrupt.
Yes.
Even the military that used to, when you see them, the command order is now infiltrated with corruption.
Exactly.
Where do we go from there, sir? At 80, at this time, you are an advisor in all ramifications.
Well, my advice still dovetails into what I told you earlier on. Good governance, it starts from there. And for people you elect for checks and balances to do their work for checks and balances, the legislature has contributed to failure of the democracy. Because if I were in the Senate, they blocked me. You can't kill me. Nobody gags me. From the way I talk now, I just tell you the truth the way I know it. And only the truth can save you. That's one statement by Ahmad Bello that I've not forgotten. The truth is like an open wound. Only the truth can heal you. You understand me? So, having said that, I think that this is the time for the next election, if you will. People should use and ensure that when they vote somebody, if it's not, it's just somebody in some parts of this country, especially in the north. If they didn't vote for you and they say, no, we didn't vote for this person, it doesn't happen anywhere except in Nigeria. So if you don't start from there, correcting our electoral processes and because solving Nigerian problem is not something you bring me on the stage to ask me questions. First and foremost, individual discipline is very critical. The way you bring up your children is very critical. Because if your child comes home with something that you didn't give him, you should know that he has started pinching or stealing, and you don't correct him. That same child may join the army tomorrow and become an officer.
All right, for the sake of time, we are running out of time. Let's look at the insecurity bedeviling the nation right now. With your years of experience in security matters, what do you think what are your advices, if you are to come in?
I've always been an advocate of police stating, that is, state police. But it can only work if you practice the democracy practice in the US. But if you say you want to use the law because you are using the executive system and not the parliamentary system, and you don't want you carry your parliamentary practice into democracy. It doesn't work. So, sir, answer to your question is you asked me about insecurity.
Yes, insecurity in Nigeria.
The advice.
The advice is for the soldiers are doing it, but the things not meant for soldiers they cannot do it. The idea of pushing soldiers to the street or roadblocks and all those things, highway, it doesn't exist anywhere in the world. So if you have state troopers or whatever, or state police, they take care of this. And why state police is very important is that everybody knows the criminal in his environment. When you're doing state policing, and the mistake people, especially the black man in Nigeria, makes is that you just get into office, you think you are there forever. 4 years, maximum of 8 years, you are out. So if you recruit your brother who is a chief and make him the commander of the police force, when you are gone, it corrupts the system. You understand me? Because it is not intended to end with the man who recruited you. State policing.
They say generals do not retire. And then the Nigerian situation where we have insecurity, sir, and our generals are being, because of corruption, are being retired in drones because every president wants to put who is, because of fear of the fear. And how many times are they using this dump of retired generals and taking from the experience to solve the security situation in Nigeria? Is it that Onyebole so New York has generals been consulted in critical situations like Nigerian security situation to solve the problem? Quickly, sir, because I think we're running out of time.
Yeah, and then unfortunately, for me, I have never been asked my opinion on anything.
Too bad.
I have not. Even though you can take my teaching, but don't take my person. Unfortunately, they don't. And that is the tragedy of our military. Again, in advanced countries, you have a pool of retired generals who kind of, you consult, things like that. Look, everybody just sees insecurity as a way of making money in this country. That's the thing. So as long as you don't see insecurity as dangerous to your life, but a means of making money. Look at it. It has already, I don't know, but we hear stories about soldiers, even, but again, it's poor maintenance of pay the soldiers well, pay workers well, pay people well, because the amount of money stolen can be used in taking care of everybody. And I tell you, if you do it, you will kill insecurity in this country. Good governance, proper remuneration of workers, whether you're a khaki or not, respect for individuals. For me, I have had my own, and I told you, this country, I love it. I marched with my feet on 1st October 1960. And if I die in this country today, I think I'll die a good death. I have fought the country. We gave up. And the reason why that problem is not gone is the same injustice, tribalism, and what. Okay, look, I'm an Igbo man. You understand me? I can tell you, for a long time now, the Igbos are not involved in the government of this country from the federal level. For goodness sake. If you think I'm too big to be a second class citizen in this country, what to be? I tell you, anybody who cares to. No. Unless and until you include justice, equity, and fair play in what you do, insecurity will continue. Thank you.
You spoke like an octogenarian and an advisor. And a general for that. You're welcome, sir. And that's where we draw the curtain on this segment. So you say you're very close to us, so we'll be coming home for advice. So I hope you open your doors for us.
No problem.
For those who have joined us this morning, I hope you enjoy yourself, having Major General retired.
Brigadier General, please.
Brigadier General.
J.O.J. Okolado.
J.O.J. Okolado. That's a wonderful name. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for being with us, Chris.
Yeah, this is how far we go this morning to discuss what's happening in Nigeria. My ginger.
Well, it's accelerating reading a general's life in 1 hour, 80 years in 1 hour. That's a superb one. Thank you for being there. Hope to see you again next time.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
And indeed, the entire members of our great union in ENUGU State, and by extension, the entire health workers of this country under Medical and Health Workers of Nigeria, we present this token in appreciation of your labor-friendly disposition to health workers in ENUGU State.
The Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria has conferred an award of distinguished leadership and outstanding contributions to healthcare delivery on ENUGU State Governor Peter Mba. The award was presented at the Government House in ENUGU by the union's national leadership in recognition of what it described as measurable improvements in the healthcare delivery and welfare of health workers in the state. The union commended the governor for fully implementing the consolidated health salary structure for medical and health workers, as well as approving consequential salary adjustments for state workers.
It is a deliberate and deeply considered act of recognition by one of Nigeria's foremost labor unions in acknowledging a leader whose governance has made a real and measurable difference in the lives of health workers and the citizens of ENUGU State.
Speaking while receiving the award, Governor Mba said his administration's heavy investment in health and education is driven by the need to build a productive population that can grow the state's economy. He revealed that over 50% of the state's budgets in the past 3 years have been allocated to the two critical sectors. The governor also disclosed plans to further expand primary health coverage and make all the health centers in the state fully operational.
Another interesting thing we've done is we've also migrated to EMR. We've moved to the electronic medical record. So we just felt that our citizens should not, they should be able to carry their medical records in their pockets.
The union pledged continued collaboration with the ENUGU state government, expressing confidence that ongoing reforms will further strengthen healthcare delivery and improve outcomes for residents. In ENUGU, Chinemerem Ikebuna, Signature TV News.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Founded in 2017, the Center for Memories, located in the southeastern city of ENUGU, has operated with a slogan, Maka Onya Ta Na Echi, which translates to for yesterday, today, and tomorrow. It was established as a hub for the preservation and promotion of the culture and history of Ndi Igbo. To carry out this divine mandate, the center has collaborated with artists, museums, and other cultural institutions in creating exhibitions celebrating Igbo language as well-held memorials for key historical moments, and hosted book clubs, readings, and speaker series with notable figures. It has formed educative programs for children featuring Igbo language, art, and history, and despite the major challenge of funding, the Center for Memories has drawn over 10,000 visitors. The center believes that by collaborating with a reputable media organization like Signaturetv, it will be able to discharge its set objectives more effectively. The center's executive director, Ihianyi Igboko, noted that the collaboration with Signaturetv primarily is to conserve and promote Igbo history, language, and culture. Igboko further said that Africans, especially the Igbos, have not done enough to have materials for research purposes.
Your work is one that we deem very important, not just for our Igbo, but for our society. Because for every society that must, develop and move, and there has to be some level of conversations, communication, strategy, idea, and that is the gap. If we begin to reach out to you to see how we can formalize this in terms of partnership, then it means that we are ignorant of what you're doing and ignorant of where we need to be. And this visit underscores that we want to work better with Signature. We want Signature to be a permanent feature in what the center is doing, and we also look out for ways that the center can also, contribute to the work that you're doing, because your work is a very important work for us, for Ndi Igbo, for Nigeria, for our society.
President and Chief Executive Officer of Signaturetv, Vin Martin Obiora Ilo, expressed the readiness of the station to partner with the center to create more memories on screen and promote Igbo culture to the world. He noted that the Center for Memories came at the right time of cultural revocation for the Igbo people.
Between Center for Memories and us, we can identify some Igbo culture that is dying, that we can do documentaries on. Proper research, the proper people to talk to, and like 30 minutes or 1 hour, those are things we have to decide on. The basic thing is that we'd like to collaborate and we'd like to partner.
It is expected that the relationship between the two organizations will not only help in preserving the heritage of the people, but go a long way to rekindle the interest of the younger generation in positive values embedded in Igbo culture and history. Christopher Lele, reporting for Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
When we had opportunity of participating during the midwifing of the two political parties by the military, they gave us logistics, they gave us offices, they also provided transportation, and they also funded the parties. So the only problem that we were manifesting was the issue of the money bags, those who will be influencing the electoral process. So after that regime, it was an open field for people, because looking at our electoral system, the American presidential system is a very corrupt political regime, because the constituencies are larger and the process of selection of the candidates is also very cumbersome, that the parties were managed by people who have no vision of what democracy is all about. They think it's all issue of money and money and money and deployment of the money to produce better results. So if you look at who are the bureaucrats, who are those managing the parties in Nigeria, the people managing the parties don't even know what building a political structure means. They think is just staying in office. I had the minister of FCT saying that the PDP were able to sell, form, and made about close to 14 billion naira, but they couldn't pay ground rent for their property of 7 million. So that shows you the reckless. The party system here is from top to bottom. It's not from bottom to top. The party system we are practicing is not the way the American presidential system run in the United States. So there's no idea. It's all about money. So how do you, the average earning of the top civil servants in Nigeria, for you to earn 3 or 4 million naira a year, and somebody will pay 50 million to buy for? Politics is based on constituency interest. It's not based purely on the platform you're running. That will also have some tribute to your success. Let us look at the 3 candidates. 1, where do they come from in Anambra State? Soludo comes from Isuofia. He has only 1 ward in his political parish. The Okachukwu, his constituency has about 2 wards coming from the neighboring town in Nnewi. So then the man from Nnewi, who is Moralo, has close to 20 wards in his primary constituency. Then look at the local government distribution. Soludo comes from Old Agwata, which are 3 local governments. Moralo and Okachukwu, Dr. Okachukwu, are sharing 4 local governments within themselves. Now, Anambra is a place where most of the politicians have no constituency. You have to have a constituency. Where do you think your votes will come from? Is it the youth? Is it the intellectual group? Is it the working class? Is it those who you feel that can do mobilization? Soludo is a governor in Anambra State with less than 115,000 votes, where the registration is about 1.8 million.
Just finished taking those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We have male dominance in politics, which is number one. Men have dominated the political arena in Nigeria. We have educated women. We have women that have the zeal and the passion for politics, but the arena has been dominated by men that, I'm sorry to say, they don't want to see women reach their desired position. So we have so many problems apart from the male domination. We have the religious problem, especially where I'm coming from. I'm coming from the northern part of the country. We have the cultural biases, we have the religious biases, which work hand in hand to bring women down during the political, in politics or generally in decision making in the country. So these three factors are the hindrance, what brought the hindrance in women participation or women inclusion in Nigeria. The hindrances, we've already overcome some of them, because when a woman goes out to campaign, if you look at the campaign arena, you'll find out that we have a lot of women, especially from the grassroots. You find out that women constitute majority of the voters and mobilizers for their parties, for their candidates. And even if you go to polling units, you find out that 75% of the people lining up to cast their vote are women and children and youths. So women are mobilizers, and at the same time, women usually they come out en masse to support what they want. So that first hindrances we've overcome it, because we can always come out to vote for what we want and what we believe will bring the best for our interests. But when you look at the political institution, a woman will vote, but when the candidate attains to power, she will be overlooked. She will be overlooked, and women interests have been overlooked nationally and internationally. At the local level, at the state level, at the international level, women interests are overlooked, in the sense that women are given negligible positions. Women have not been included in the decision making or in appointment by the political parties or by the governor, which we are calling from the state, from the national level, that women should be included in the decision making as stakeholders, as position holders in terms of appointment, so that we will have a say in politics. Since we have our votes, we mobilize, we gang up, we have loyalty, we have all what it takes. Less women have a voice, less women have a say. And when I talk about the religious biases, we've overcome the religious biases in the sense that women have been urged to come out to vote and to be voted for. It's not against our religion. It's not against our religion, and we've been doing that. We have so many educated women that are politically vibrant. Looking at the women coming out to vie for political positions, women are ever ready to come out en masse to support women, so that we'll see what will happen when we women support women. Like the campaign we are having right now, that is women supporting women in the parliament, that will bring a lot of fruitful, encouraging atmosphere for women to be voted for. Like if you take for an example, if you look at the National Assembly, we have only 3 women in the Senate, only 3 women out of the 109, only 3 women are the Senate. So if we have women, a lot of women coming out to vie for Senate seats, a lot of women will come out to encourage them to be part of it, so that we'll have a lot of women senators. When you look at the state, the House of Representatives, we have only 17 members, women, only 17 in the National Assembly. Out of 366, we have only 17 women, which is very, very negligible number. We need to do more. Women need to come out en masse to support women, so that we will attain so many positions, viable positions, important positions in the Senate and in the National Assembly, at the state, at the local level, even at the national level. So women supporting women is a very important issue which we need to address as women, and to encourage each other to come out and support each other. And also, when you look at the Nigerian Constitution, you will find out that we have the 35% affirmative action, which has not been met up till this time. It has not been attained by women. When you have 3 senators, you have only 17 members in the House of Assembly. That means we are nowhere. Women are nowhere. Even the quota has not been met.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Well, let me welcome you to the conference this beautiful morning. My name is Mwabu Zenjoko. In the last edition, we looked at so much money going to the subnationals. So there's so much money as it were to play around with. And suddenly, the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission had a brainwave and said it needed to pay more money to the president, the vice president, the ministers, the governors, the political appointees, because according to it, since 2008, their salaries have not been reviewed. And according to that commission, things are now tough, warranting a review of what our political appointees take home. That's a very considerate commission. And so this morning we are looking at that sense of care being exhibited by the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission. Is it right? I will answer that question. I have my guests this morning on the conference, and let me start from my left. Barrister Dr. Eze Chikanayo, former Commissioner of Information and Strategy in Abia State, and at present is publisher of Nigeria Today magazine. Chikanayo, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you, my brother.
How is it moving away from government and coming to join us here?
It's a natural transition. I'm still in the information channel. Commissioner for Information, publisher. We are still dealing with the same.
Yeah, from getting the flag to giving the flag.
Exactly.
Let us see the transition as we convert this morning.
Yeah, exactly.
And on my immediate left is Andy Ezane. Andy Ezane, we've been teasing him off camera. Former Chief Press Secretary to the Chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, a product of University of Lagos. I'm very proud of saying that it's a product of University of Lagos. Echo for sure. Andy, welcome to the program.
Good morning, Chief. Good morning, viewers. Good to be here.
While we're off camera, somebody said to me that all the political magic and the language of how to accomplish that magic was designed by you and your colleagues in INEC. Isn't that true?
No, we did a lot of designing, but not really magic. We did not design any magic. We worked according to a process. Maybe the process was not understood along the line one way or the other, but there was no magic involved.
So we didn't understand the process. We are wrong. INEC was very right. Don't mind, we know how right INEC was. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I have on my extreme left in red with me Tochukwu Okorie. He's the Executive Secretary Provocate. Thank you. Provocate Transparency and Accountability Initiative. Okorie, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you.
And it's that today we're looking at accountability
that's important.
and transparency.
That's important.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to start with you. The Conduct Commission, Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, just shown incredible milk of human kindness, consideration. And it says, since 2008, the remuneration, the salaries of particular office holders from the president downwards have never been reviewed, and that things are now tough, warranting a review. Do you cast your vote for this kind of very kind consideration?
Well, it is not a very straightforward question, and it wouldn't get a straightforward answer. The fact is this: yes, they may be correct. If they say that from 2008 there had not been a review, then if they come from that perspective, then they will be justified in trying to have a review. So to that extent, you can say, yes, it may be right for them to do that. But you cannot do that review in isolation. You have to do that in the system that you are working, in the environment that you are working. Things are not tough only for those who are occupying political positions. For those who are around them in the environment, for those who are outside their gates, have you also reviewed, where they are living? There are those who are in the formal sector, there are those who are in the informal sector, there is the minimum wage and the rest of them. You have to do a comparative analysis. It is when you find out that what the political office holders are taking home does not compare with what others are getting in terms of all they have available to survive, then that is where this your kindness is going to play out. But if you find out that even if you take it back to 2000 or 1998 or 2008, as you said, that what they still have and the access they have to means of survival is still way above what the people who are around them and in the environment are having to survive, then that's your motivation for trying to review that actually becomes very tedious. It's not quite right, So I think that is what the issue is. If you are going to do that and you are going to find out that what you call minimum wage and what others are going is still far behind and they cannot sustain them, then for those who are on the elite level, who are occupying political position, who are leading by example, it is a very wrong way to start. Invariably would have started usually in the society, usually in the world, when you need a lifting hand, you start from the vulnerable ones. That actually is what makes sense. That, I think, is what the issue is.
Okay, let me summarize Andy without removing much from what he said. The Revenue Commission seems to want to increase the gap between the haves and the have-nots.
Precisely, yeah.
Does that occur to you as what they're trying to do?
Okay, thank you for the question. Thank you, viewers, for watching. I would also say that there is no straightforward answer to the question. The gap between the rich and the poor has kept widening. It's a fallout of policies, not just this one, several of government policies. But let me say that what RANFAC, I hope that's what
they call it.
They call the acronym, RMAFC or whatever. What they have done, in my view, is purely political. They have not included categories like the president and vice president, governor and governor, and to kind of camouflage the real purpose. It is purely political. It is to give more money to certain persons within the structure that they envisage should play a role in 2027. To make them happy, not just to make them happy, to put more money in their hands so they can also do the logistics, election logistics, as it's usually called. All right. I mean, we are all Nigerians. We've all been around, these things, and we know these things happen. So the truth is, there is no sincerity of purpose. And I want to align strongly with the first speaker. If anything at all, you are asking Nigerians to make sacrifice. The president has said severally, you cannot make an omelette without breaking eggs, and so Nigerians should understand that we are repackaging Nigeria, so everybody should make sacrifice. So when is the sacrifice on their own part? When is the sacrifice on their own part? And nobody should tell me that, okay, what they had before this increase, what they had was not enough for them. You can't tell me that. There's no such argument. You can't tell me that whatever they are receiving officially, I'm even talking about the official standards, was not enough for them. Whereas all the allowances and all the avenues of amassing money, while I'm not encouraging corruption, the fact remains that there are 1,001 ways that monies are being thrown about, and we all know these things. If you are telling me you are plugging the holes, you know, the leakages and all of that, and therefore president or political office holders' access to money has been shrunk, and therefore this and that, you know, it will make a logical sense to a logical mind. But in this case, we are saying, or rather, let me put it as a question: are we saying that, they don't have enough to buy food and all of that,
new cars
and all of that? So what are they doing with new cars? As a matter of fact, one of the strongest arguments against, I mean, for those who criticize government is that this is a government, so to speak, but before they came into power, one of their strongest criticisms of government was that, government was over bloated, you know, profligate government and all of that. And then you now have the opportunity to come to the saddle, and I can't even say whether this government is more profligate than their.
I can't answer the question.
I should answer it to you.
No, I can't answer the question. No, I've always quoted Charles Dickens on this program. Ask no questions and be told no lies. Please, Chikanayo.
Yes.
This president has said again and again to us, all of us, we are in this together to salvage this country. We will experience this hardship as a Nigerian family, so that when the dawn breaks and the good day comes, we'll all be happy together. And we agree. In trying to do this, does the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission consider that we should all be in this together?
Well, for me, I have a major challenge with this proposition at this time, and it has to do with what I would call emotional intelligence. I believe that, like the Bible said, all things are permissible, but all things are not expedient. You know, it is permissible and it's routine for the Mobilization Commission from time to time to have a review of emoluments, as it were, that accrue to different cadres of public officials. But then it's a bit insensitive. That's the word I've been trying to get. A bit insensitive to do that at this time. You know, Nigerians are going through a lot. Let's be factual about it. There is nobody that runs a family. I don't know, all of us here. If you ran a family some few years ago and you are running it now, you know the extent of adjustment you have to make to be able to make ends meet. And then you have the minimum wage debacle that we're just coming out from, 70,000 at the federal level. Some states are trying to adjust upwards now. So how much is 70,000 really worth in real terms for somebody? I employed some people in my establishment, and the least paid workers, even though it's a private firm, earn much more than 70,000. But even at that, if they have to move from, say, Nyanya, or they have to move from Kubwa or from Lube to come into the city center to do your work, sometimes you sit back to imagine, how do they really survive? Because when you just take your calculator and do simple mathematics of their transport in a month, you discover that most of them, if you remove the transport, you may not have up to 10,000 in real terms left. And then, so Nigerians are going through a lot. Then, I've been in public office severally. I was local government chairman, I was a commissioner in the state, and I had various levels of political exposure. And I know, just like my brother has said, that at that level, nobody is talking about your salary anymore. Governors go home with security votes. Some governors now are so insensitive that they are living with close to 2-3 billion a month. Some are even more than, some as much as 5 billion a month in the name of security vote. And this is money that is completely outside the purview of the accounting system. They still have some other subheads on security, but this is just security vote. So for such a governor, what are you increasing his salary for? It's an insult on the sensibility of the people. Then if you look at the president, why are they setting off the president? When I saw that publication, I felt that there must be something the chairman of Revenue Mobilization Office, Akumshe, is not telling us. Because when you are serving somebody, you have to situate it in a context. Is he saying that if he comes out tomorrow and propose an increment in the salary of ENUGU, he has not succeeded in throwing ENUGU up for a whole lot of unnecessary criticism, opening his flanks? So does ENUGU need an increment in salary? I'm not sure President ENUGU proposed that to him. I think he's going on an errand that nobody actually sent him. Then if he's talking down the line. So if we are talking about increment of any sort, just like the pyramid, somebody say you have to go where there's a lot of, where the pressure is at the base, and do everything possible, which I think that's what everybody should do, that is in any position where you're paying salaries and the rest. If you see any leverage or any kind of gap, you are supposed to shore up the emoluments of the people below, because the people are above. A minister, for instance, who travels and gets extra code for every journey, and who possibly goes into Lagos, there is a guest house of the ministry waiting, and all of that. Yes, you can say politically we go through a lot of challenges of pressure from dependents, from constituents, from friends, from all sorts. But that's not a parameter upon which you can base an increase salary. So my take is that, sincerely speaking, I'm not in agreement with any form of increment or any form at all of increment in any of the political offices. Rather, I'm thinking that we should become more human. The entire political elite, myself inclusive, in Nigeria, need to go into some level of introspection. We need to lock ourselves up in a room, as it were, and then if we can't lock ourselves together, we need to go individually and advise ourselves as to the level of disconnect. There's a certain disconnect that is going on gradually between the political class and reality and the community where we serve, and there's a particular level of hatred that is being developed gradually in the heart of the people, that sometimes I even wish I don't have anything to do with political office again. Since I left political office and I came to manage my own business, I've had a lot more peace of mind. I struggle, I do business, and I earn the little money I go, and every money is legitimate. Those ones are also, they're not robbers, they're made for services. But the truth is that the money I earn now as a publisher, probably I go through the mails and publish and I earn my living. Somebody doesn't tell me you have stolen money. Meanwhile, I may be making more money now than I was making when I was in the... In fact, I'm making more money now than I was making when I was public office. But if I come to my village and I call my Omunna or call any of the people and I give him 10,000, no one tells me. That 10,000 may be my salary that I've sacrificed. He said, after all, what else could you have done? It's our money. He doesn't seem to offer me any appreciation. In fact, he believes that the 10,000 I've given him is not even
it's nothing compared to what they have access to.
This is their money. Any money that comes. So if I think I work the same 24 hours like my brothers here, and that it's my salary I'm giving, say, stop deceiving us, it's our money. So that's the challenge. But a private person that comes to give him 5,000, he say, Chief, thank you very much. So being in public office, when we don't connect with the people, is an ill wind. It serves, because it means that, and it is necessary that people must be in public office, because we're not going to exists in a state of anarchy. It's necessary that we have an organized society where people play very well. I was before we came on set, I was just smiling when you were trying to draw some jabs at our brother here from INEC. What offense has he committed to have worked in INEC? He could have worked in NNPC, he could have worked at AREA. But I don't know.
It's even better he didn't work in NNPC.
So that what offense? He just happened to have gone and he has rendered service to our people. We couldn't have had an organized society without an electoral body. But then the fact that he passes through INEC, whatever image that is given to INEC as a body,
he carries it as a badge.
He carries that load, and sometimes for life. Look at our policemen. There are a lot of very sincere, very upright, extremely hardworking policemen all over this country. Same goes with our soldiers, but policemen in particular. If you come and say, I'm the son of a policeman, people turn around and look at you
and ask you when you accept the next bribe,
and they will say you were trained with bribe money. They will even say you are trained with cost money. So this brings us to one fact that those at Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission should stop setting up the political class. Let them go back their favor. Thanks but no thanks. Let them go back with it. Let us not do anything to further provoke and agitate, as it were, the very fragile, very fragile and sensitive scenario that we have.
Andy, there's something I'm interested in, but I'll come to you after I would have asked Okori, because he also has managed politicians sometime in his life. In determining reward structure, because that's what Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission is trying to do. Let us reward this class of people for the job they are doing in running the country. Okay. In looking at the national reward structure, society's reward structure, shouldn't there be certain considerations? What is your input into running the society? What value, what premium does society put on that input? Why I ask the question is this: the president, as of today, I'm told, his salary is about 1.8 million naira, whatever that is. Let me accept that should be his salary. In the reward structure, what should a professor be earning? In the reward structure, what should be a sergeant in the police force be earning? In the reward structure, what should be the salary of an intelligence officer who plants himself and his life in the midst of terrorists, criminals, to safeguard everybody? What should be the reward of the security man at the gate who stays there 24 hours? Shouldn't it be a holistic assessment, so that you receive as you give? What should be the consideration?
There is a whole lot of inverse logic in the way we manage resources in this country, and it's not just this topic gives me goosebumps, because I fail, again, let me repeat myself, I fail to understand the rationale if it's not just mere politics. This psychophancy, you want to impress the president or impress whoever, or there is a tacit instruction that, look, let these classes of politicians get money, okay, but to cover the real reason, also include me, okay, just increase my own a little, but let this, if it's either of those two, that the chairman of RAMFAC and his team are just playing psychophancy and all of that to the disadvantage of the president and the rest of the people in his team, like my brother said, because you are setting him up for criticism. Because I find it difficult to to see or to believe that the chairman Ronfat could have gone on his own to do this without the overt or covert approval, the tacit approval of the president. He can't do that. He doesn't have the powers to do that. And I don't even know whether such increment or such reviews are subject to legislative review, whether the National Assembly has any role to play. But in any case, you asked the question, what should be our reward system be? In this country, we reward people based on class, which brings me to the issue of the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. He has talked about security votes at certain level, and if you look deeply, you will see that concept of security vote has even started trickling down to even ministers having security votes, directors having security votes. Everybody at the budgetary that has any level of budgetary control will award himself security vote. Okay, which legitimizes corruption because now it has a name, security vote. Okay, so what are we saying? Like you suggested, the policing system in this country is so corrupt because these people receive pays that don't take them home. They take home pays, like they call it, but that can hardly take anybody from one point to the other. Yet they are not the first in line when it comes to consideration for review of salaries. These are people whose only other access to money is the one they collect from drivers on the road, or they accept from so-called Yahoo boys. Of course, if they saw any young person that's carrying a laptop or using an expensive phone, automatically a Yahoo person, and then they begin to look into your account and extort money. So you're giving them legitimate reason to go that route. Okay? Now, so to answer your question more directly, we ought to have a rethink about the way now every season rather, ASU is either on strike or is planning to go on strike. Nurses and midwives are either on strike or they are planning to go on strike. Resident doctors are either on strike or they are planning to go on strike. Every segment of our working class, they are always agitating for just small increments, small consideration in allowances, and nobody is giving them. Nobody is paying attention. Every day there is negotiation. Okay, we are negotiating. What are you negotiating? Now, by the pronouncement, by the removal of subsidy, there has come to be at least more money. Please, sir, let this money reflect in our reward system for lower cadre of public service. Let the doctors have more money. Let the nurses have more money. Let the teachers, let the primary school teachers have more money. A level 12 teacher, a level 14 teacher is earning below 100,000
in the states.
At the state level. So this is
and he has raised a very strong issue. ASU is threatening to go on strike. We negotiate year after year. Some states have not even paid the minimum wage of 70,000 naira. And the commission is considering just a class. Our two colleagues have said this could be a setup. I do not want to call it a setup, but I worry about that policy. The likely consequence if a salary review is announced today, when the governor's salary is announced to have gone some 2-3 notches up, and the governor is still owing unpaid pensions, because he's going to draw that salary from the state resources. The 70 minimum wage he has not started implementing. The schools are dilapidated. The health care is anything but a health care facility, and the governor of course flies overseas to look after himself, and when he returns he gets to hear that he now gets more salary for owing me my pension, for getting the salaries unpaid. And by the way, some governors have not even cleared backlog of old salaries, legitimate salaries. What is the likely consequence of this?
Well, the likely consequence is that sooner or later we are heading somewhere. There's going to be a major crisis in this land. There is no doubt about it. I don't know when it will come, but it will likely come. Because let me tell you what is increasingly happening is that we do not have any sense of responsibility or obligation to the people anymore. Nobody in what we call public service, quote and unquote, that expression is an anomaly. There is no service in that. Nobody is servicing anybody anymore. And we are heading to that point where people who are in position believe and they know that the people who they are supposed to serve actually do not exist, and there's nothing they can do. That's the truth of the matter. And when a colleague here spoke, he said, they're developing a certain animosity, a certain anger against us. It is going to explode somewhere, because when you take people for granted for a very long time that they cannot do anything, I don't want to open another line of discussion and all that will even lead to pointing fingers that may not come exactly to me at the point or any other person. But what it means is that people believe that no matter whatever I do, you cannot even move me out of that seat. And when public service becomes that nobody can move you from the place where purportedly you were elected or put into, and those who put you there can no longer remove you, they will have to find an alternative means of getting you out, and it will eventually come. And so what is playing out now is actually a very dangerous situation that is coming up. What the government and those who are in government do at the moment, which they think they are getting away with it, is that when people raise a very serious issue of concern about their state of being, you either shout them down, or you also mobilize a counter force that drown whatever they are saying. You are not trying to actually find a means of addressing that problem, but by shouting them down, you believe that you have bought yourself more time, and then you head towards renewing your being on that seat one way or the other. At some point in time, something has to give. So the proposal to actually increase the salary or the pay of people who are in a political position is extremely insensitive, is extremely uncalled for. And if indeed we owe obligation in public service to the people around who put us there, I don't see how anybody can actually think of this now. This is the least thing that we should be thinking about. I also have a different perspective on the labor union and the rest of the unions, asking for give us more money, give us more money. I'm not always inclined to that give us more money. You bring more money, and the more money gets you nothing. So I'm looking at the position, the situation where they are going to come at a certain level, where they are going to say, give us houses, give us more services in terms of transportation, give us all the things that the food, we are no longer talking about, people can no longer buy the food. So if I give you and increase the minimum wage, which we can't even get the 70,000 paid, assuming that you even make it 700,000, and then one bag of rice automatically costs 1 million, then it makes nothing again now. So what are you doing with the money? People should be more concerned with, we're agitating for you to make sure that there's a provision for food. We're assuming for you to make sure, of course, we no longer discuss mass housing and all that kind of thing. They are no longer, what we hear in governance today. But that's the type of thing they should be asking for. Secure yourself shelter, secure yourself food, secure yourself health. We have a public health system, and anybody who had tried to use that thing that they call what do they call it, the health thing that they make for people when you go to hospital, that thing, primary health, whatever it is, when you go there, I think it can guarantee you only paracetamol. invariably you can get nothing out of, that situation. But we all know that that is not what obtains in serious societies. We all know that people who work for government, who work in public service, actually have their health services guaranteed. It is there. We know that the food is there, that the people, that's what actually secures the ordinary people in the society.
And keep society stable.
Keep society stable, so that then the political class can then afford to play and do what they like. But you can't afford to play and do what you like when the majority of the people are not eating, they are not secured. Why will they not be stealing and mugging people and killing and whatever it is? It's insecure for everybody. That is the danger that is coming. I don't know how people are reasoning, but we all, the elite should be worried.
Yes, you want to make a contribution.
Talking about elite being worried, I saw a picture or even a video of a scenario that made me really think. I laughed, chuckled, and all of that. But then there's this public official that I saw in the church, and then I saw security men standing in church while the service was on. Worship was going on. They were doing like this, looking this way and that, inside the church. The big brother was seated, and the boys all over from the door to where he was seated. He seated like this. Somebody is standing by his side, and he's doing this way. Why is that? And let me also remind us that insecurity was exacerbated, especially in the southeast, because certain category of persons felt shortchanged. Now this is not about ESN or IPO and all of that, because I know of a story of people just targeting certain kinds of vehicles. It didn't matter who was inside. There were certain kinds of vehicles that they will say this is a politician, and they will face you with AK-47. It didn't matter whether you genuinely
bought your vehicle,
the money with which you bought your vehicle, but you have come to become a target. They are not looking for you to give them.
That's a symbol of their operation.
That is not armed robbery. They are not interested. They just want to kill you. Symbol of exasperation. Symbol of frustration.
Okay, but my thought is that just sorry.
Why that is not sorry, sir? Why that is not justified by any?
No. But
I'm just trying to.
We're headed to
that. What we're saying about going somewhere is something that is avoidable. This kind of thing is avoidable. Political office holders should not throw it in our faces that they are living big off our money, of our commonwealth, our common patrimony.
And the Revenue Commission wants them to live bigger.
This group of people are now, further, bastardizing our sensibilities by this kind of nonsense.
Yes, you were trying to say something.
Yes, I'm saying that it's difficult to place this in just around the political class. If you take a deep and very cursory look at what is going on, you find out what we need in this country is what I will call ethical revolution. The political class we're talking about is people, all of us are in the political class. It's a matter of rotation of these seats. We'll keep moving. Everybody here is a politician, and everybody here will rotate into one political position or the other, either by default or by design. But if you remove everybody that is in public office now and go to this same street and bring another fresh set of Nigerians into this
and put them there,
you say, oh, our turn. It's our turn.
It has been established.
It's our turn. Let us, they will become more vitriolic, more bullish, more intolerant. Let me give you an instance. There was a time we were able to get the age required for certain positions, we brought them down, and that afforded us the opportunity of having some young governors and young
commissioners, young public office holders.
All of us here, I don't want to mention them. We saw some of the young governors that emerged, some in their late 30s, some in their early 40s, or much younger. And we saw that, you know, what the other elderly governors were still trying to do in the closet. They now did it with much more on the stage, impunity and brazeness. Now, if you go to the students, the other day you saw it on the social media, where student union elections were being conducted, and people were being, you know, brutalized, and gunshots were ringing everywhere inside the schools. And of course, there was that advertisement also where a student union president had a list of his appointees. About 250 of them. So it's not a matter of profiling a particular class, strata, sediment of the society and say the politicians, the political class. It's a matter of going back to Romans 12, verse 1. Be ye transformed the renewal of your mind. We need an ethical revolution. We need a governor, a president who will come into that seat and make part of his major, go to what one of our brothers, even though I disagree with the fact that he came to power through the rule of the gun in our neighboring country, Burkina Faso. The young man there, you know, if I was going through a documentary in the YouTube day before yesterday, and I saw that in Burkina Faso today, first of all, they removed all the foreign contractors. They took away the whole Bretton Woods structures and institutions, and then the citizens wake up and go to the presidential villa, the palace. If you finish as a security man, you finish as a banana seller, you finish as a cobbler, you go and they sleep all around the presidential palace. And what are you doing? They say, we don't want this particular president to protect the president to die. We don't want what happened to Thomas Sankara to happen to him. He has restored our dignity. He has brought us back to our sanity. How I wish, sometimes when I look back at the 80s, and just a minute, and I see what happened when those days we were in school and there was war against indiscipline, and you go to Lagos and you're no longer jumping inside the mole like a monkey, and you see everybody, you know, waiting for their time and turn to enter the bus, and you saw that little period of maybe 6 months show that all that we need is a leader that will come, lead from the has an idea of what he wants to do. Politics. Go ahead. So lead from, because you see, there has to be a conviction. It's not about politics. It's about getting a leader who walks into that seat and say, I want to make a reorientation. It's not about having an orientation agency. No. It's about the president coming up, somebody going into that seat, no matter how he comes in. For instance, in Burkina Faso, the man came through the gun, which arguably almost all of us here would say that's a British way of getting accessing power. So whether the person came through the manicured or pedicured ballot box, or he came through the gun, but we need, I pray every day for that Nigerian leader that will, however he happens into that seat, will sit back and say, now I want to turn things around, and I want to look, Nigerians, I have declared my assets. Yes, all of these assets I acquired them, like he's saying, you know, I acquired them as a governor of Katsina State, probably rightly or wrongly, but I've declared them and I'm forfeiting this asset. As you are saying it, I'm going back to what I should have had if I was an ordinary, reasonable working adult. Now that I've done it, Mr. Vice President, you must do the same. SAG, you must do the, and the moment, I can assure you that the moment Nigerians see integrity in what he's doing, see sincerity of purpose, since that his children and his relatives and his friends do not get any form of preferential treatment, Nigerians are very easy. Nigerians are waiting. Nigerians are willing. And we need this ethical revolution more than we need ESAs. We need it more than we need any form of riot or destruction of our public institutions. What we need is a turnaround of our thinking. There has to be some form of surgical, surgery. Yes, inverted commas, opening and close. The way we think, our mindset. If you don't do this quickly enough, this ethical revolution I'm talking about, our children, these boys you are seeing here, all these youths you are seeing there, they don't want to work. They don't even want to read and study the way all of us know how studies are done. They want everything now. They want everything through the shortcuts, and they tell you, look, see, in Igbo parlance, pardon me, they say, actually,
not small one.
I don't want to waste time. I want to happen. So, and now people are being butchered. You see videos of young people killing. Cannibalism is coming into our society. Conscience is being completely seared and destroyed. Any form of consideration for the neighbor
is out of the question.
There must be that thing that want to happen, like he says, something will happen. And pray, sir, let this thing that will happen be an ethical revolution. Let it be that all of us, having concluded that this we have all gotten it all wrong, will, from among the political class, maybe let's have a group of people that will engineer some level of ethical revolution.
Some level of ethical revolution. My producer says I've gone halfway. I should take a break, and I'll do just that. But is the step taken by the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission in consideration of the consequences of giving political class more money? Can the political class itself reject this offer? Where does the National Assembly come in this matter? Can the president himself bail the cat and call the commission to order? That will be the second part. Please stay with us. Thank you very much, and welcome back. Andy, before we took this very short break, Chikam Nayo said, why don't you drink a cup of coffee? Chikam Nayo, the weather in Abuja, the temperature is rising. It was very cold about 2 weeks ago. I don't think a coffee will do you good. What do make you feel cool? Maybe a banana?
Coffee is always good. And Abuja weather is so dramatic that it fluctuates like the pendulum. If you give us coffee, it's better than the banana.
Well, Andy, the revenue mobilization, is it thinking of the consequence of what it is about to do? If it fails to think, isn't there an institution that is draw it back and say, look, you are leading us into temptation? And Chikam Nayo gave a very strong profile of who can get things changed. Somebody with a clear value comes in and says, we cannot be doing things this way. And I begin with myself. Can the president not call revenue mobilization to order?
Well, I don't know whether I can speak for the president, whether he can call them to order, but the first question you ask is the revenue mobilization, whether did they think of the consequences? The answer is no, they did not think about the consequences. The follow-up comment is that they couldn't have thought about consequences because in this very society now, there is never consequences. You don't have consequences for any action. And that is the truth. So they couldn't have thought about what does not exist and what doesn't often come up. You can, if you're occupying public position in Nigeria today, you can actually get away with anything And we all see it happening, whether it is at the level of even the security agencies, at the police or the governors or at the presidency or at other, lesser positions. People do things that we know that are out of the way. The things are done in the public service, and nothing happens. In fact, a common expression that comes is that nothing will happen. You have had that,
and nothing really happens.
And nothing happens. So how do you run a system where people who are in public positions do things and say nothing will happen, and nothing happens? So revenue mobilization, in making this proposal, definitely did not think about consequences, because definitely there will be no consequences. So the question you ask, can the president call them to order? Me, I don't know. I've never been president before. I don't know whether this one will call them to order. Will the National Assembly call them to order? I've not been there, but I know the answer is that they will not. Now, why do I say that? Because you are going to ask yourself, the thing that revenue mobilization proposed to do, is it out of sync with what actually exists in terms of appropriating money at the legislature? I mean, we have gone through appropriation and budget, and we all hear all sorts of things. Some of them very unfortunate, some of them you don't know whether they are really true or not. You talk about the paddings of the budget, you talk about, appropriating money that actually make no sense to any sane person. And so who calls who to order? These are some of the things that when I said earlier on, and I said in public service today, there is no service in it at all.
No, but I'm a little hurt. I'm a little hurt by what you're profiling, institutional profiling. Okore, every year the National Assembly appropriates. It sees the quantum of money the Nigerian establishment is investing in offices. It knows how much goes to the president. It knows how much should be going to the government. It knows how much goes to the governors. It knows how much goes for remuneration. It knows how much is needed to protect all of us. So the National Assembly knows. Therefore, the allocation of resources and prioritization is on the table of legislature. They know. If the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission decides, wakes up and says it wants to shift resources in a particular direction, the National Assembly knows. And the National Assembly knows the needs of the nation. If those needs, if RAMFAC's move is not in sync with those needs, the institution that should raise the red flag should be National Assembly. Can't we task? Are they without feelings? Are they without understanding? Or they don't care really? This fear expressed by two of our colleagues that something may happen.
The buck stops at somebody's desk to start with. But before I address that frontally, there's something he raised that I think needs a bit of a response. Yes, we are politicians, and the table moves round, and we will all become like. But eventually, I'm happy. Eventually, he still got back to the same point. The solution must come from the politicians, not because in Igbo aphorism there is this saying that when a goat is eating chewing corn, the
little goat is watching his mouth.
And that is our worst nightmare in this country. That's the bane of leadership in this country. Look, I also raised the issue about younger people not wanting to work. Why would they work when all you need to do is carry gun for the politician? Just come and say, or you say,
I'm ready to work for you, Oga.
No, you are my boss forever. Nothing do you, and you do that, and you just get by. You understand? Why would they work? They are seeing a thug, an unschooled. I don't want to be modest on set. And all that he does is follow this politician around, kill for him, name for him.
Suddenly he arrives.
And then You see him becoming local government chairman, you see him becoming commissioner, you see him becoming, and even eventually gets to become governor. When will the cycle end? Why should the cycle end? So at the end of the day, it boils down to either, the system changing one way or the other, violently or ethically, like he has suggested. And yes, I was making reference to former president, his tenure was unfortunately cut short by death, but in the short period that he stayed in office, one legacy he left was that statement, that admission he made publicly, that the system that brought him to power was flawed, and he was going to do something about it. Whether he lived up to doing that eventually or not is a different thing. But that brings me to reinforcing what my colleague here said. We need to come to that point where we need to pray to God to give us that leader.
No, pray. Please. Wait. Thank you. Because praying, I'm told by. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Pray and work.
Let me tell you why I said prayer. Because at the end of the day, I believe in God, and I believe God still has the final say over these things. Because how can you look up to anybody in a society that is endemic with corruption? How can you look up to man? We have come to a point of despondency where you can no longer look up to anybody to make a change. And then you can only resort to praying, because it will take God to bring the kind of leader he's talking about. Whether, and I say this, it is going to be whether by the example or by
the ethical revolution of Chikamnayo.
I'm talking about ethical revolution. Somebody has said, if you want to hope for that kind of revolution, then you will hope forever.
No.
I don't want to go that route. That is why I
yes, because my producer says don't bust the time.
Let's just leave it at that. That we need leadership to take the lead. And if indeed, he cited the example of Burkina Faso, which is a live example. If the leader takes the lead, the people will follow.
Thank you, Chikamnayo. I apologize to you because my producer says I've overshot already. They are even going to have to edit to accommodate us within 1 hour. I didn't even know 1 hour is already spent. An interesting conversation, all provoked by the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission. Conclusion: please think again before you lead us into temptation. My name is Kumar Bojenjok. Let me thank my colleagues who found the time to be with me today. The conference will come day after day. For this edition, good morning.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated reserve and when you go CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature Show. And I'm Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Today I have a special guest on the program. I have Professor Augustine Okereke. Professor Augustine Okereke is a professor of English at the Medgar Evers College, City University of New York. He was a former provost and senior vice president of City University of New York, the equivalence of a vice chancellor in Nigeria. He was also former dean School of Liberal Arts and Education. He is a professor of African and world literature. But the unique point about it all is that Professor Augustine Okereke is from Arondi Zogo in Imo State. Professor Okereke, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure being here. I'm happy being here too.
Yeah, it's really a privilege for me to be having you in our studio because I've heard so much about your work in the United States, but I know your journey started in Nigeria.
That's correct.
Especially your academic journey started in Nigeria. But before we talk about the academic journey, how did growing up in Nigeria, how has it influenced who you are today?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. For those of us who grew up under the tutelage of certain parents, my father was a civil servant, a very senior servant for that matter, and an academic. He went to, CKC in those days, and his vision every time he will drop that into me is that I have to be a university graduate. When being a graduate was, almost the topmost of all. And he really wanted me to get a PhD. So from when I was young, I was always thinking of getting a PhD. And again, growing up from my civil servant, not very rich, but very, very comfortable, I kind of know I will need a title to my name. And those who were invested with chiefs and also were in those days were people who were either rich or have done a lot for the community, when it was really very well respected. And so I said I will have a title, and that title will be doctor in my name. And so I always have hope that I will get a PhD. And secondly, I have always liked teaching. I like teaching. And I have always wanted to be in the teaching profession. So I worked to be that, So that is how I got into academics and into teaching. And of course, being a teacher also gets you involved in so many other things too. And now I became so much involved in the community. I like to help to develop my community, to work for the community.
You're from Arondi Zogo. Yes. Did you grow up in Arondi Zogo with your father being a civil servant?
No, I did not. We grew up in the city. My father was actually moving mostly outside of Igbo land, actually in Port, Egema, at times in the north. So we're moving from city to city. But that was unique in its own way too, because you have this idea of a wholeness of life, perspectives from different experiences, different cities, meeting different people. And so that kind of have a world view that is kind of complete in itself, through these experiences.
So, at what point did education start for you with this mobility in your dad's career? So, were you moving from one secondary school to the other and all that?
Yes, that was before the war and after the war. Okay, before the war, moving from one primary school to the other, but immediately after the Nigerian Civil War, before the war, I was kind of primary 3-4, and so what happened was that immediately after the war, due to my academic achievement, I jumped everything. I went into class 1, so I was in the same class with my elder brother. Then my father wanted me to be that, and so I went into secondary school in Olo, stayed just then BSc, Bishop Shanahan College, Olo, and that was where I stayed my secondary career. And then, then achieving secondary school impacts a lot of knowledge a lot of learning in you, and going to certain secondary schools. And so that formed my perspective of, I've always wanted to be an academic in my life. I was never thinking of any other thing, so I said, this is what will happen.
Did that inform your choice of what you went on to read in the university?
Yes, that's a very kind of similar story. The Bishop Shanahan College is mainly geared towards science majorly, all right? So most of my classmates went into medical, medical doctors, geology, scientific this thing. But, I'm kind of a little bit different for one reason, though. And this reason is kind of will be a lesson for it. It's a lesson for how I educate my children too. So I have this physics professor who was very, very strict, very close friend of my father, very, very close friend. So anytime I mess up in class, he will give me lashes and lashes and lashes, And so the fear. So after class 3, I said, okay, I will drop physics. I will not take physics again, so that I won't take him. And so then, you have to have certain subjects to be in the science. Physics must be there, chemistry must be there, biology must be there. So when physics wasn't there, there was no other science subject I would take. And I am an avid reader. Then in secondary school, I was reading all Hadley Chase novels. I was reading all these romance novels from one lady. So we read, if I was reading Shakespeare, in school. So I said, okay, I will go into literature because that kind of interests me. So that is how I went into literature, branched off into the arts. Quite different from the training, from the education we get from BSc, Bishop Shanahan College, all of them. All right. So after secondary school, I attended the College of Education Worker to the very first set that was there. And then I was the first set that had the agreement with UNN and Albany Kuku College of Education Owerri. So I received my bachelor's there, but it's UNN, degree, because we had that collaboration with Albany Kuku. So after that, one thing too is that, in those days of politics, there were some names you hear, the way they sound, the way they look. Chuba Okadibo, they would say Dr. Chuba Okadibo, as a young child. Then
you loved it.
Iken Nzimiro, Dr. Iken Nzimiro. Dr. BC Oku said, I am going to get a PhD. I'm going to be a doctor. That's just that, it's suited doctor. Those. So
you were like, you had role models.
Yes, exactly.
Even as a young boy.
Exactly.
People you wanted to be like.
Yes, exactly.
Which unfortunately we hear is so absent these days.
Yes. And I can tell you, I have 2 boys, 33, 31, and I know what it means to have role models. I know what it means to be friends in a way, to work with them, to also, let them respect you too and look up to you. I have a daughter who is 27 years old who, like I'm her property, but she talks about her father as her role model. So if we have those role models, that will really help these young kids. And at the college where I teach, predominantly black institution, we know the importance of guiding those young kids, particularly in Brooklyn, Brooklyn, where you have, these people going astray and all those things, So role model is so important, So I took after, I will always remember him, Dr. Chuba Okadibo, very, very sweet.
Well, you didn't go into politics, or you have not gone into politics.
Yes, no.
Because Chuba was a politician.
Yeah, I knew I would not go into politics because of the way we saw politics practiced. It's something. In those days, it was, my time, we have the legendary Dr. K.O. Mbadiwe, but, when politics becomes something that is not of service to the community, then you say, no, you cannot survive in politics there because they will outrun you because you are there to work while the other ones are not there to serve the community. So I knew I would not get into politics. It's not that, people take political appointments, to do service, but really education is really what I like to do.
But let's do a fast forward. For so many years now, you live in the US. Yes. So how did that happen?
Okay, first of all, I lived in Germany That is so. I was a lecturer at the College of Education, Oka, all right, and I was to attend study leave to further my education. First of all, I went to University of Port, started 1 year, and then had to leave. But it's not circumstantial, but it's a deliberate choice. People were going to the US, people were going to London. I always like to do something different. So Germany was different for me in terms of where people go to. And I had this professor then, I just knew him through belonging to the African Literature Association. We started communicating. He was interested in African literature, and he wanted to get people to come to get their doctorate through him so that he will also learn too. So I said, okay, I'm going to go to Germany. So I went to Germany for my PhD, and I spent 10 years,
In Germany?
I spent 10 years in Germany from 1991 to 2001. Then I had to apply. I'm one of those who rarely get a kind of job outside of the year. So I got the job into the City University of New York after my PhD.
While you were in Germany?
Yes.
Did you teach in Germany?
Yeah, we thought, Germany has a kind of different system. So I was working under the professor. Professors in Germany are like an institution. So they have a whole host of private docents and all those people outside them. So they offer courses, and I get us to teach. So I was teaching the African literature course for him, even though it was under his name. So after my PhD, I had that experience, before.
So you applied and you went over to the United States?
Yes, and two things influenced my moving over. Number one, my children particularly. I had my children, all of them there. My two boys were only 7 months and 1 year old in Nigeria when we came over. My daughter was born there. And so they were having no black experience. Where I lived, I was the only, black person around there totally. And so something happened very funny. I went to Essen. We went to visit some black family. And for the first time, we entered inside the room, and there were up to 10 black men there. My two boys, one of them was 3 years, the other one was like about 4 years then, ran away from the room because they saw black men like that for the first time.
And they couldn't understand what that was.
What that was. Because in the school, they were the only black fellows, the only black men. So I said, no. I can't have my children not to grow, at least, if not outside of Nigeria, but to grow where they will know who they are. It's very, very important for you to know where you are from and who they are. And so I said, the best place to go. Coming back to Nigeria, Nigeria is, you can never condemn your country, however, but, with all what's going on, it may not be your first choice of educating children, of living. So I said, okay, I'm going to apply to see if I get position in the US. And I did. So they came over, and it was a good experience too. They are coming over. Something funny happened the first day. And when they came over first. I was still in Germany. So the first day, the two boys went to school, the primary school where they attended. So they were told to, Kenneth, the first son, wait for your brother after school. Your mom will come and pick you up. After school, the boy went home. He didn't wait. So we asked him, why didn't you go home? Why didn't you wait for your brother? Why did you go home? So he said, why wouldn't I go home? How can I recognize my brother? Everybody looks the same. That at the back of their head, he couldn't identify his brother again because they were all black folks. But over there in Germany, they were all white folks, so he can see his brother from very far. So you see, the lesson there for me is that it's always good to kind of get people to understand who they are. You want to educate people. And so that was the movement there. And of course, I got there are opportunities there, unlike in Germany where there may not be as much opportunity for academic growth for a foreigner like me then at that age too.
Okay, so you ended up in the US. Was it at the City University of New York?
Yes, that's right.
So that's where you've been all this while?
There, yes, 20.
And what an exciting career. You rose, you were former dean, you were former provost and senior VP, vice president, which is like vice chancellor in Nigeria.
Correct.
That's quite a high height in the United States.
Yes.
What made it possible for you?
Yes.
What were those qualities that got you to that level in a very competitive
environment like the United States?
In the first place, to get the appointment, to get a tenure track position first, even outside of the US was very competitive. But it's hard work, hard work and dedication, loving what you do. So when I came in there, after spending 2 years only there on tenure, I was appointed to lead a program, they call it African Democracy Project, to get students to be civic-minded. These are the kind of things I would like to do, kind of seeing how we can do that in Nigeria too. So that program got me into the university, got me to know the professors, got me to have a wider perspective of how things work in the college. And I did it so well that I gained recognition, both academically and within the community too. So after 7 years, I was appointed chair of department and dean of school. So, with that, and then establishing programs for students, I was really dedicated to doing that, to promoting students, to getting them to be civic-minded, to working on the curriculum, making sure that the curriculum is kind of responsive to the needs of the students. So I was elected to be chair, and then appointed to be dean, and of course senior vice president. But it's hard work totally.
An Igbo man, a Nigerian, a black man, rising to this height.
Yes.
How do you relate it with a lot of our people, Nigerians, going or getting to the wrong side of the law? What do you think makes that possible?
One thing I will have to say is that, most Nigerians, almost about 99.9% of Nigerians do not get on the right side of law because they know their purpose, they know their reason for being there. And particularly for the Igbos, it's really hard work. There were quite a number of Nigerians in the college too. And when I came in newly, one person a former colleague at the College of Education, Raka, told me that there is no Nigerian, there's no Igbo man who has come to the university and is not tenured. Because after 5 years, then now it's 7 years, you have to be tenured. So you have to work hard to be tenured. So let me not be the first that is not tenured. So you have to work hard. But it's challenging though, it's challenging because of the environment you are. So many competing factors, of course. There's race there's ethnicity in everything that we do. It's quite ingrained somehow. But like I said, it's kind of hard work. You have to read, you have to write, you have to learn to work with people. I just learned to work with the community to do that. I recall after 7 years, I was elected chair of the department. All right. And so the very first day as chair of the department, coming into a different system and everything, so that very first day, lost students lined up trying to change program, trying to sign this, trying to sign that. So I was sweating. But I was signing anything in front of me. Sign and go, sign and go. See, I did not sign myself into problem. After that day, I was saying, okay, I will survive. Then you learn the system. You have to understand the system. And so what happened as provost, the college went through a certain, turmoil. We have this in all high institutions. And so they appointed a new president to the college. So this new president came, spent about less than a year. He called me up to his office. I was surprised because I don't expect him. He was quite well known before he came to the college. He was chancellor of schools in New York City. Dr. Rudolph Crew is his name. Called me up to the office. He said, I would like to appoint you, dean. And then you go to, I said, dean? I said, oh. I said, okay, that one is quite close to being chair. So I became dean, to go through the process of being permanent. He called me up again and said, I would like you to be the provost of the college. I never thought about that. So I told him, but let me ask you though. He said, yes. He said, you've not known me before. I wasn't here when you were chancellor of schools. You've not met me in Adam. What made you think that I can do this work? Then he looked at me, he said, look, Augustine, can I call you Augustine, not Dr. I said, call me Augustine, yeah. He said, people's work speak for themselves. That I've heard about you.
That's great.
Yes.
People's work speak for themselves.
Yes. People's work. That I heard about what you did with the Democracy Project. I heard what you did with the chair of the department, as a chair of the department. So I was dean for less than a year. And then I became provost and went through the interview. So I told him, look, let me tell you, Dr. Crew, since you have invested this trust in me, I'm not going to disappoint you. And we didn't, because we did a lot of work, both locally and internationally. We even came to Nigeria to establish joint relationships with the Ivory Coco, and then went to Abuja too to do that. He came with me to Nigeria, and he loved that. He loved coming to Nigeria, coming to Africa for the first time. And he saw the potential of being Nigeria has. And he also saw the challenges too we have in Nigeria. And it was sad for him with the challenges, because he said the black man can do it if the black man wants to do it. So, I recall we flew into Abuja, we flew from Abuja to Port Harcourt. And when we landed in Port Harcourt, that time, their receiving area was like a tent. Can you imagine that international flight with Air France, like a tent? So we landed into port, and he saw the tent, and we moved from Port Harcourt to Were. We had the programs with the Bad Road. After 4 days, we flew down to Abuja. So when we landed at Abuja and drove out of the airport, he called me. He said, Provost, do you see how Abuja is? Do you see the roads here? He said, a black man can do it if they want to do it. You see?
So he had seen the other places you guys were.
Yes.
And suddenly he sees this. And he thinks that the potential is there.
Yes.
It's just that we don't want to do it.
Yes. Why can't you do it? We just don't want to do it, but we can do it. It's not rocket science. He just touched me. He said, Provost, look at the beauty, look at the flowers, look at the beauty. I don't know if they sustained it though, but he said this was in 2018. He said a black man can do it if they want to do it. And that is it with Africa. That is it with Nigeria. We can do it. It's there. No rocket science.
So how long did you serve as the vice chancellor or the provost?
For 8 years. 8 good years. When I attended the orientation for being a provost, I went 3 places in the country. And they said the average life of a provost is 4 to 5 years. That is, you serve. That is when they serve the most. Because being a provost is a very, very tough job. You are in charge of faculty, curriculum, students, affairs, managing the budget, internally, because the president goes out to seek for funding for us to spend. So it's a very tough job, And so mostly 4 to 5 years. But I served for 8 years. I tell them, get some surprised, Just that, with a new president comes a new provost too, because the other president I served with wanted to move on, and so he moved on to some other things. So a new president came in, and usually
chose his own team.
Choose your own team. That is the life, But we introduced programs then, programs that will, kind of help the students.
So when you look back, what would you identify as the high point of your tenure as provost of a city University of New York?
The curriculum that we revised, we revised the curriculum, all right. The programs that we established new programs. What I did then was, the healthcare, the health sector is really, the sector that is booming, growing, job opportunities. And as immigrants, coming into the U.S., my college is actually kind of majorly immigrants too, And so we had to, I tell people, I know I'm professor of English, but I have to help the students, the world is very, very competitive, and if you are a nurse, if you are in lab tech, all those things, the jobs are already there waiting, good paying jobs. And so we introduce programs in that field, to help those students to get employable jobs. And then we did some career-driven skills acquisition training for students, because career-driven programs are the programs that it should be the way. In fact, when I discuss with universities here, I want to kind of see how I could guide, how I could help them to introduce career-driven programs. Even in the English department, and English students could be self-employed through the kind of skills you impact in them. I mean, the internet is blooming, the social media. How can they use social media to help their economy instead of going there just to joke? You spend time on it. You can use that too. And then the universities could train, educate students who will now infuse some level of education, academic importance in social media. We know anybody now who has, you have a cell phone, they can do things, do skits. But once the university taps into it and starts educating students, I had written a grant with Coal City University here to come into the English department to change their curriculum to infuse skills acquisition, particularly in social media, with the Carnegie Foundation, even though we're not getting that grant. But it's something I want to have further discussions to see how I could use my knowledge to assist universities here to help our students once they graduate. The level of unemployment is very high, but there are opportunities for career development, self-employment.
What you have called career-driven
programs
yes. Or courses.
Courses, yes. In fact, every course should be infused with that in this present stage.
Because there's no employment.
There's no employment, and then you have to face the reality. Every course should be infused with that. And even if there's employment, it's low paying. I mean, so you can use that to further your education. It will help to kind of bring these students out of crime, So you compete with the criminals in keeping these students focused in developing a career.
I'd like to talk about a lot of Nigerians leaving the country because they're in search of greener pastures. Some people have called it brain drain and all that. I'm going to talk about it. But I want to spend a little more time with you on what you have called career-driven programs and what I would also call viability of institutions, educational institutions in Nigeria. And what I mean is, for a university owned by the state, you find out that almost everything they do is subvented. Government has to give them money. Universities are not rich, but a lot of foreign universities are wealthy. They generate money. How can we, from your experience in the United States, at that very high level, how can you advise Nigerian universities to achieve some kind of financial autonomy or kind of financial independence or sustainability, alternatives for Nigerian universities? Because that's a big challenge which has affected even the quality of the students that we produce.
Before I give you the answer, I will have to say this, people have to think, not that they're not thinking, but I understand bread to eat is the first thing, but the professors have to go in and think of ways that they could generate funding. But I'll give you a practical example of what I've started doing, but we've not had traction yet with 2 universities in Nigeria, with UNN and University of Ibadan. There's what you call executive leadership program. Many of our politicians, even though they prefer to be that's why they will get some dollars, they go to Harvard, they go to Rutgers, they go to all these big universities to acquire a certificate in leadership. All right. So what I have, that is where my friendship with Dr. Uchenneku started. We brought him in at the college to develop a leadership program where we get people from outside to come and take courses in leadership. The former president I referred to is an excellent educator in leadership. Excellent. And so our goal with the universities here, that is one thing the university can do, establish a certificate program in leadership where you get the politicians, the bank executives, the businessmen who are wealthy, bring them into the university. You can work with their time, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and pay to get that certificate instead of going to Harvard, going to London, or offer opportunities for developing the politicians. Newly elected government chairman, the governor could say, okay, go to UNN, spend 3 weeks, I'll pay, sponsor them to be able to acquire leadership skills. Mind you, they are coming into that chairmanship with no leadership skill at all. But once you impact them, I benefited from one of those courses as provost before I became provost, and that helped me throughout my tenure. So get them to Nsukka. So Nsukka, any university at all, will organize leadership program and raise funding from there. But you have to be able to sell it to the governor. You have to be able to sell it to the businessmen. The need for such certificates. So that is one aspect. They could generate a lot of funding doing that. We've tried to do that with UNN, with even Renaissance University here, with with University of Ibadan. But our people's mindset to get them to see the value of that, not that they don't know the value, but they want to travel to where they will get it and get some money in their pocket, going abroad, all those kind of things. But that is one aspect of doing that. You see, many of these young men, roadside mechanic, want to acquire skills, A university could do not think only of the bachelor's degree program. If you get to a market, many of those businessmen, many of those traders there may want to acquire skills that will help them to become better traders, better communicators.
So create more courses.
Create courses for them to
weeks, months.
You can even bring it to them. Establish a center in ENUGU here, where they will come and get a certificate, a career-driven certificate to expansion, how to expand your business. The thing is that we have skilled businessmen, but with education, you could develop. And how will that help the society? The more education you acquire, the more you live happily in the society. So the Onisha trader will now have a modicum of behavior, all right? When he is driving, so all those things will have an effect on the society. That's education. And then there's the pride that I got this certificate from this college. So the universities should be thinking about that. Even particularly, I understand the private universities here are struggling. But for them, it's even easier in the sense that the bureaucracy is less in private universities to establish such kind of programs, to help people to develop their community too, to educate the community too.
So in essence, what you're saying is that a university could look at almost all aspects, because I had opportunity of doing a fellowship at Harvard.
Yes.
And one of the things I used to tell my friend when we walked to school is that I pass doors and see courses I've never heard about.
Exactly.
You understand what I mean?
Exactly.
And when I made inquiries, these were people's developed programs.
Yes.
Need-based, programs. Either, a community comes. So, in essence, what you're saying is that the universities should think more of those low-hanging fruits to make them less dependent on just taking school fees and increasing them and all that.
Another example I could give you, they can go to the bank. It could be any bank at all right? Speak with the MD. Develop need-based courses so that every 3 quarters, every 3 months, every 6 months. And also, this is from doing this, you can get endowments. Somebody might come to say, okay, I want to endow this chair so that you'll be able to
that
train
is actually
these kids.
an area I'd like you to talk about.
Yes.
How could the universities
change the mindset of rich Nigerians to be able to support the universities through this kind of endowments? Because I learned that most professorial chairs are created by endowment, by families, by organizations. What would be your advice to the universities in Nigeria to tap into this?
My advice first is that you have to have a track record. You have to start doing things in an area that might interest that rich businessman, that rich person. So if you are developing community youth, offering some courses, impacting skills in them, and then you go to this person. We have very benevolent, rich Nigerian businessmen. We have very many of them. So when they see things that you are doing, when they see that track record, they will say, okay, I will invest $100 million this year for you to train youths in my community. It could be targeted to a particular community. So establish a track record. Do something that you use to sell, to say, look, we are doing this, but we want to expand. So if you can help us to endow a chair, a professor, whose job will be now to do this. So do something first, establish a track record, and then sell it to the businessmen. One thing is that our mindset is not, we think that those things are not that necessary because it is not impactful in the community. But show the areas that you have impacted the community, and go to the businessman and tell him to redirect your thinking, your funding towards what we are doing. And so you might endow a particular chair in this field, and that chair, that person, that professor will now undertake it on himself to develop the area that you want him to develop. It won't be easy though, because our mindset, the way we think. But once you do things, you go to the businessman, you go to the bank executives, you go to governments, you go to corporations, I think, achieve some measure of success in doing that.
I know that there are a lot of universities in the United States in technology, engineering. They come with patents for inventions.
Yes.
Is it not something that can be done here too?
It can be. That's what I'm saying. You have to establish the fact that you can do it. You have to prove that you can do it. As provost of Medgar Evers College, the State University of New York, most of the money, discretionary money that I can spend, comes from that kind of funding. So you show that the community is in need of students who drop out or a lot, or in need of some kind of civic duties. And so we get money, we apply, we write a grant, and say, okay, this is what we want to do, and you demonstrate that you can do it. All right, and so that is something that the universities are not tapping into. We tried to run this program over there with Dr. Oku at Ibadan, with outreach to the speaker. If somebody went to the vice president, you have the House of Assembly, a whole House of Assembly. These people come in with no leadership skill whatsoever. At times, it's the much they know. I say, come, just 1 week, we'll offer some leadership skills, impact it in them. But of course, you have to pay, which is peanuts to what they can do. But it's kind of difficult to get traction to do that.
Because sometimes I look at this Igbo boy system.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if a university would create a program because most of them would have done secondary school.
Yes.
To do that, and create a program where they can be certificated for 6 months or 3 months, and fine-tune the practical thing they have done. That kind of program would be will bring a lot of money for universities.
When you talked about need-based courses, need-based programs, that is what the community has been doing. All right. So one thing with our development is that it just stagnates, just there. But the university could take that in, as you just said, then infuse some academic, some learning, some practical things into it, and elevate it, and it grows. So that is what a course that could be brought into the university to develop, and then look at other areas, to other things that we do in the community. Bring it into the university. That is actually what the university should be doing for the community. Bring it in, and then get that not only for those ones there, even for your graduates. There's a program we established at the university there, where any student who graduates from this college must get a certified job seeking program, a certified career driven program. It's, even if you are an English major, you have to take a career driven program that you can branch into, that will lead you into immediate employment. Even though, as I left provost, it's not the priority of this, so I do not know where it is now, but it's something also the graduates too, your graduates could also take that course, because when they go, it will be part of expanding their horizon in terms of job seeking. An English student can even start in the community organizing such things that you just said now, that Igbo boy system. There are many things that the Igbo culture has that we can use to make money, sustain the university, and develop the community.
Okay, I wish we'll have hours to talk with you, but let's see what we can get in this little time that we have. Brain drain.
Yes.
The economic situation in the country, the high level of unemployment has made a lot of our graduates, our best brains, look for greener pastures. And some people think it's even affecting our development. What are your thoughts, and what will be the best approach to stop this brain drain in Nigeria?
I mean, and that is when you go to see the achievement of Nigerians, of Igbos outside of the US, you will marvel. The highest educated in the US. You go to universities, those who are making money. You go to whatever area of business, of life. They are all there, all right, and they are doing very well. The thing is this. So the answer is just right there. The government has to develop a system. The government has to be efficient. The government has to create opportunities. It has to do the work that they are set out to do. All right. So if you create an environment where there are opportunities, people will stay. I wouldn't have left but for the opportunity, and nobody will want to not go where there are opportunities. All right. And so government has to create an enabling environment for people to stay and to work and to earn a decent living. That is one very major thing. The government has to. Once you create it, one thing is that, in places like Nigeria, we depend on government for 100% funding. I'm not saying that government has to fund everything. Create an enabling environment.
What can people like you do to point most of these brains outside back to Nigeria? Like a solution-based initiative. Yes, Nigeria has its challenges. Yes, Nigeria does not have the good environment. Yes. How can people like you, with the kind of expertise and experience you have, how can you start pointing our people back to
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Umahi decries vandalism of road infrastructure. Nigerian Senate engages financial regulators and experts on economic reforms. Charged to grant visa-free entry to all African citizens from January 1. And Israel rejects Trump's 15-point plan for Gaza. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Minister of Works, David Umahi, has condemned the vandalism of road infrastructure across the country, describing it as devilish, wicked, and unacceptable. Umahi spoke during a press conference and stakeholders' engagement on the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, where he also flagged up repair works on the Ado Bridge and Marine Bridge in Lagos. Umahi urged Nigerians to join the government in protecting public infrastructure, saying the president, ministers, and governors could not be everywhere to monitor national assets. His comments came against the backdrop of a recent vandalism of sections of a newly constructed Festac-Alakija Bridge, where suspected scavengers reportedly broke into parts of a structure in an attempt to remove embedded iron rods and other metal components. The Lagos State government has since arrested 27 suspects in connection with the incident, following a joint operation by security and enforcement agencies. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who inspected the affected sections of the bridge at the weekend alongside engineers and contractors, assured residents that the bridge remained safe, structurally sound, and open to traffic. The presidential candidate of the People's Redemption Party in the forthcoming 2027 general election, Donald Duke, has called for a comprehensive overhaul of Nigeria's financial architecture, blaming high interest rates, rising public debt, and misplaced government spending for the difficulties confronting businesses and the wider economy. Duke, a former governor of Cross River State, said Nigeria urgently needed bold economic reforms focused on affordable credit, disciplined public expenditure, energy, security, and institutional efficiency to stimulate productivity, restore investor confidence, and put the economy on a sustainable growth path. The PRP presidential candidate, who spoke with journalists, said that prevailing lending rates had made meaningful economic expansion increasingly difficult for businesses, arguing that no economy could achieve sustainable growth when the cost of borrowing remained prohibitively high. He said if elected president in 2027, his administration will prioritize the design of a financial system that supports productivity, which he said was currently lacking. Former governor also criticized what he described as misplaced government spending priorities, calling for a fundamental shift in public expenditure towards sectors capable of driving productivity, improving citizens' welfare, and creating jobs. According to him, greater investments should be directed towards electricity, health care, education, and the judiciary, rather than projects with limited economic returns. The Independent National Electoral Commission has extended the deadline for political parties to upload the names of candidates for the governorship and state houses of assembly elections from August 8 to August 11, 2026. INEC announced extension in a statement issued on Sunday by the chairman of its Information and Voter Education Committee, Mohammed Haruna. According to the commission, the decision followed appeals by political parties for additional time to complete the submission process. A related development, INEC announced a suspension of the collection of permanent voter cards in Osun State ahead of the August 15 governorship election. Commission also said replacement downloadable PVCs have been provided for voters in Odoti and Ife Central Local Government Area, whose cards were reportedly counted away by hoodlums who invaded the 2 collection centers. Commission reiterated its commitment to conducting a free, fair, credible, and inclusive governorship election in Osun State. The West African Examination Council has called for strict computer-based testing to curb examination malpractice in some centers, popularly known as miracle centers. An official with WAEC office in Makurdi, Timothy Manga, gave the advice in an interview with the news agency of Nigeria on the growing concerns over examination malpractice and its impact on the credibility of public examinations and educational certificates. Manga said allegations of existence of miracle examination centers in Benue have become worrisome. They described the development as a threat to the education system, saying schools should be known for quality teaching rather than the ability to facilitate examination malpractice. They showed that WAEC would continue to put its ears on the ground and would set an example with any school found to be engaging in the act. The federal government has called for stronger partnerships and increased private sector investment to close Nigeria's climate adaptation gap. The Minister of Environment, Balarabe Lawal, who made a call in Abuja the weekend during a stakeholders engagement, noted that government alone cannot deliver the level of resilience required to protect communities, infrastructure, and economy from the growing impacts of climate change. Represented by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Salih Usman, the minister said Nigeria remains steadfast in its commitment to global climate action while pursuing its national development priorities. Said the government had established a number of strategic frameworks and initiatives, including the Climate Change Act, National Determined Contribution, National Adaptation Plan, Energy Transition Plan, National Clean Cooking Policy, and National Carbon Market Activation Framework as part of efforts to build a climate-resilient and low-carbon economy. Lawal said the government has established priorities across critical sectors, including agriculture, water resources, health, infrastructure, energy, biodiversity, forestry, disaster risk management, and human settlement. The minister acknowledged the contribution of development partners to Nigeria's climate agenda, noting that their support had helped strengthen institutions, build technical capacity, improve climate data and information systems, facilitate access to international climate finance, and support adaptation initiatives across the country. Participants at engagement were drawn from the public and private sectors, financial institutions, academia, civil society organizations, and development partners, including World Health Organization and United Nations Industrial Development Organization. The Senate's Committee on Banking, Insurance, and other financial institutions has intensified efforts to strengthen Nigeria's financial system by convening an expanded stakeholders engagement with key financial sector regulators and experts to promote economic stability, financial inclusion, and sustainable growth. The high-level engagement held in Lagos over the weekend brought together the leadership of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation, Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria, National Insurance Commission, and the Nigerian Export-Import Bank, among other stakeholders. Speaking at the engagement, chairman of the committee, Mukail Abiru, was represented by Osita Zunaso, reaffirmed the Senate's commitment to legislative reforms and stronger collaboration with financial regulators. He noted that the current economic realities require closer cooperation between lawmakers, regulators, and other stakeholders, particularly in addressing inflationary pressures, global economic uncertainties, cybersecurity threats, low insurance penetration, and the need to diversify Nigeria's export base. Abiru said expanded stakeholders engagement was intended to provide an avenue for frank discussions and the development of practical solutions to challenges confronting the financial sector. Commissioner for Insurance and Chief Executive Officer of the National Insurance Commission, Olusegun Omoseyin, commended the Senate Committee for its interventions in the insurance industry, which he said had helped in stabilizing the sector and repositioning insurance practice in line with current best global practices. The Nigerian Air Force says its airstrike in its Sambisa forest area of Borno State killed 9 Islamic State West African province fighters, including a key commander responsible for facilitating the movement and protection of senior members of the group. The Director of Public Relations and Information in Nigerian Air Force Headquarters, Air Commodore Ehime Ejodame, who disclosed this in a statement, said the operation was conducted on Saturday for the incredible intelligence and activities and movement of suspected terrorists within the forest. Ejodame stated that a remotely piloted aircraft was deployed to conduct persistent intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance operations, leading to an identification and tracking of a group of terrorists moving towards a suspected hideout. From which the aircraft carried out a precision strike on the location. He added that further intelligence received after the strike confirmed 9 ISWAP fighters were killed, while several others were wounded. Among those reportedly killed was Abu Khalid al-Mujahid, whom the NAF described as a prominent ISWAP commander responsible for providing special security escorts for the movement of senior members of a terrorist group. Statement said his reported knowledge of routes, terrain, and tactical movements linking major terrorist enclaves within the Sambisa forest and surrounding areas made his death a significant operational setback for ISWAP. The Nigerian Immigration Service says it has deployed a dedicated passport intervention team to the United Kingdom to tackle the backlog of passport applications and further ease access to passport services for Nigerians in diaspora. The service said in a statement signed by its Public Relations Officer, Akinsola Akinlabi, that the intervention is part of its continuing efforts to ensure efficient, transparent, and responsive passport service delivery to Nigerians at home and in diaspora. Statement revealed that the team under the direction of the Controller General of Immigration, Kemi Napdap, will work with the Nigerian High Commission in the UK to facilitate the processing and issuance of pending new and renewal passport applications. The exercise, according to the service spokesperson, will also take the team to designated cities across the United Kingdom for passport enrollment and processing, enabling eligible applicants in different parts of the country to access the service. According to the NIS, the intervention is open to applicants with pending passport applications, new applicants, and holders of passport with less than 1 year remaining before expiry who wish to renew. The statement further explained that applicants expected to present their completed application forms and proof of payment during enrollment. Still to come, China evacuates 1 million from homes as massive storm arrives. Protests in India state intensifies over alleged corruption in job exams. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Republic of Chad says it will remove entry visa requirements for all African nationals with a policy taking effect on January 1, 2027. Chadian President Mahatma Idris Deby said the decision was a step towards strengthening African unity. He said the move will make free movement of people and goods across the continent a practical reality. With the announcement, Chad becomes the 8th African nation to implement a blanket visa-free policy for citizens of the continent. Other African countries that have extended similar open-door policies to Africans include the Benin Republic, the Gambia, Rwanda, Seychelles, Ghana, Kenya, and Togo. In May, Togo announced that Africans with a valid passport can travel to the country without visas. Chinese authorities have evacuated more than 1 million people from their homes in eastern China, including the financial capital Shanghai, as Typhoon Dolphin made landfall. The typhoon brought heavy rain and halted transportation across the region, with nearly 1,000 flights cancelled in Shanghai alone on Monday. Chinese authorities had earlier issued a highest-level red alert for Dolphin, which is the strongest storm to hit China this year. Heavy rain was forecast on Monday for the provinces of Shandong, Henan, Hubei, Anhui, Shaanxi, Hengshan, and the city of Shanghai. Government urged people to avoid outdoor activities, while several top tourist attractions remain closed, including parts of Disneyland and Legoland, and several viewing platforms along the Bund in Shanghai. Chinese officials have not reported any casualties. Thousands of protesters in the eastern Indian state of Jharkhand are marching to the state assembly to demand reforms in recruitment exams. Students, job seekers, and volunteers have been demonstrating in the state capital Ranchi for over 2 weeks, demanding an overhaul of the state government's exam system. Despite multiple rounds of talks, the government accepting several demands, protesters say the agitation will continue until all their demands are met. The protest comes weeks after thousands of young Indians attempted to march to the National Parliament in Delhi amid a massive cockroach protest over exam paper leaks. Indians Concrete Janta Party, which is not a political party, called off its 5-week-long protest on 25th July after Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan resigned. The immediate cause of the latest anger is a preliminary civil service exam held by the Jharkhand Public Service Commission in April, in which candidates alleged that leaked answer sheets shared on social media showed some successful applicants had answered far fewer questions than expected. These fueled suspicions that the results had been manipulated. The state government has assured students that they will get justice. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has rejected U.S. President Donald Trump's 15-point plan for Gaza. Netanyahu said at a cabinet meeting on Sunday that the Israeli military will not carry out any withdrawal until Hamas is genuinely disarmed and will continue to thwart threats against Israeli forces and citizens. Netanyahu said he was now in discussion with U.S. officials about how to go forward, pointing out that some of the ideas are acceptable to Israel, while some are not. The Hamas official told journalists that a group of negotiators reaffirms its commitment to the agreement and it was ready to engage seriously and responsibly implementing the 15-point plan, called on mediators to ensure that all parties comply with what has been agreed. Israel's rejection signals another blow for Trump's Gaza peace plan, which announced in September last year. The plan included the creation of a board of peace to oversee the agreement's implementation, as well as the disarmament of Hamas, withdrawal of Israeli troops, and reconstruction of Gaza. A Ukrainian drone strike on the central Russian region of Tatarstan killed at least 12 people in one of Kiev's most deadly single attacks of more than 4-year war. The regional press service said in a statement on Monday that 39 people were also wounded as a result of a drone attack on the city of Nenetskaya, more than 1,000 kilometers from the Ukrainian border. The region is rich in energy resources and has many major oil refineries that Kiev has been targeting retaliatory strikes. Both sides have significantly escalated the long-range attacks this year, causing a spike in civilian deaths. According to United Nations, local Ukrainian officials said that a Russian artillery strike killed 5 people in a village, northeastern Kharkiv region. Russia's defense ministry said it shot down 456 Ukrainian drones fired overnight, but not said how many reached their targets. Officials also disclosed that a woman was killed in a Ukrainian attack on the Russian border region of Belgorod, and a man killed in a Russian drone strike on a taxi in the frontline Kherson region. Sports. Nigeria's Super Falcons have suffered a major blow in the bid to defend the Women's Africa Cup of Nations title, losing 1-0 to Cameroon in the quarterfinal encounter. The decisive moment came in the first half when Cameroon's Mariam Inyado found the net, giving a dominable Lions a lead that they protected until the final whistle. Even though the defeat ends Nigeria's hopes of reaching the WAFCON semi-finals and a chance to secure one of Africa's 4 automatic tickets to the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup in Brazil, the World Cup dream for the Super Falcons is not completely over. Nigeria will now face South Africa in an African playoff, with the winner earning one of Africa's remaining places in the FIFA Inter-Confederation Playoff Tournament. And see if the Super Falcons' appointment was not enough, Nigeria's Flying Eagles suffered another painful defeat in the hands of Burkina Faso, who defeated the Nigeria under-20 side 4-1 in the final of WAFU Zone B under-20 championship. Result means Nigeria not only lost the regional title, but also missed out on qualification for the 2027 Africa Under-20 Cup of Nations, which is a pathway to the FIFA Under-20 World Cup. The 4-1 scoreline underlines a scale of a setback for the Nigerian side that came into the competition with high expectations. And away from football, world number 1 Jannik Sinner has withdrawn from the Cincinnati Open because of a knee injury just weeks before the US Open. Development is another concern for Sinner as the final Grand Slam for the year approaches. Meanwhile, world number 1 women's player Aina Sabalenka suffered a surprise setback in Toronto, losing to Russia's Ekaterina Alexandrova in the 4th round of the Canadian Open. And that's the wrap on Global News. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.